beautiful day that you've given us this morning. Thank you for letting us arise in your kingdom so that we walk in your light. Lord, we gather here because of the visions that you bring to us. We look upon you and we look up to you. Bring us out of our torments. We ask you to answer our prayers. In agreement here, Lord, you say in your Bible, more than one or two shall come together, then the word is done. So we ask you. Each and one of us are blessed here, Lord. You are each one of us, your children. We ask today that you comfort us and that you give us the strength and the words that come from you. And Lord, we ask you that you look upon all our people throughout our whole Navajo nation, throughout our whole world, what we're faced with this epidemic. To shield us with your wings, that you give us your grace. And at our meeting today, that Lord, you will hear, you will intervene, and you will give our leaders the tongues to say what they need to say so that we gather understanding through you. So ask that you give our leaders the strength, guide them like you are like this. I ask you this in the name of Jesus. Protect our veterans and thank you, Lord, for their service. I pray this in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, thank you, Renita, for that wonderful and beautiful prayer. Aro ekehat nan shik edan osenigi aro yate ben nan. At this time, before we move on to Shiprock chapter of former President Dwayne Chiliazzi, I don't see him. Chili, are you here? Oh, he is here. Before we move on to Chili's report, I would like to ask everyone at this time. I know that that there's always, I guess, maybe debate about whether this should be done. However, many of us went through this pandemic this last year, and it scared a lot of us. And we heard stories of families being separated. We heard stories of people coming down with this virus. And of course, we heard stories of our people being hospitalized and some of them leaving this world. And there was nothing that any of us could do. We couldn't comfort our family. We couldn't be near them. We couldn't tell them goodbye. We couldn't pray for them in churches. And we couldn't have any type of traditional ceremonies that we felt would have helped them. This virus really, in a lot of ways, it really put us in a position where we relied on our own faith. So at this time, I'm going to ask that we do a moment of silence for all of our relatives, all of our that we remember them at this time and know and to let them know that we think about them and that we wish that we were there to hold them, to comfort them, to love them the way that we did before this pandemic. So I'm going to ask you at this time to bow your heads and remember those who we have lost because of this pandemic. Thank you all very much for that. And I just want to let you know that, it still hurts me, to think about all of the community members that we have lost during this time, and also all of the family that we have lost during this time as well. So I'm sorry I got a little bit emotional there, but it does, kind of pull at the heartstrings, when we think about all of the people that we have lost. So thank you very much for that. At this time, I would like to recognize Dwayne Chiliyazi. I did ask the former chapter president to be in attendance today so that he can give a report on his last 4 years serving as the community chapter president, and to also let us know about the state of the I guess where we're at right now with a lot of the projects here in the Shiprock community. Shaja, Dwayne Chiliyazi.
Yat Apene. Good morning. We hado. Jinanta ni bishbasa ana. Ado ha. Coaches when they tlonigi. Chike. Hasi lo. Shaha. Ko nada hilsa. Ko yaha ita. Yaha ita. Oh no just hold just. Sita hilsa. Oh yaha skansi te chesisle. To so the naked head is now a holds. I don't know, Consa. Nick A. He didn't need the that Nick A. Lada sheet of his archer. Yeah, I don't know, Peja A. Not A. The Ilta. On the Tish case, yes, though. That and it is card and he on cut or less. In no a there. Not kid that it's all just. Ishi that eight at that eight to the 1 3 Kisla. Ilat elatida Nasni. Jada hanat iya ande the most just Mr. Robert Hayes. Le 1918 eta ni trans ni eta hanna ya shilta halna no is yan loya ithala hat hiloya ita na ni kesa sto nabadisla one mazat abit shosho so atajat tanod halna johanda hada inilna jahat en hada inilna Koti hunstase jahat en yat hat ot yat bahaso kanat tehtorle johon sikis hajo pa initsen dat so desen bigi ahati nese hajo pa do hat ide yonit konda ya en ke otla hodlo inilna bich ashi ani yat hat ot ebe hako beha bel kanane tehtorle Ivansas kisto hasilo jastwe sazani ishwechi o shalchini stop cat nalika ya ikwa se we kodentinant tahdo lekno wala koden hadin nasno aratin on skin lai din nach haja kid dis enough trust on the launch konan stat zado tabi ohida ko kilchada di asno akodo hat abat de kezia akonal sosla ni gas ni eti ko ahlnigi jeda bakha wana lahan ani an shran to das anen de edo to sko de technology na git eda jojo be now belkit itito joban sakis ad ibetanesno la hunten sind ich es dahajal na lanna 100 ashi ya ebe na hoito aspen khana hoito ashi ko ti kha sunle non islai khaz anigi la ni gansa anigi kha sunle baga ti ninigi khone ti Shahana Egitis Sango. Is especially edonless. Enna did o das another conal sos boka it hasn't abitahadol just con and Lenegi Joy at Canada. Bakes Nahodis Nahigi. That's such a Doskisi that Eda. Yet a high year has Anegi that over Trash Rajo Equa Bakes Nahadol Nahigi though. Dojo Honet Zada. Enna et at answer. Either the Queen of she not an in Hustley Eki Nahas Alan Tradition Abe Nahido Asin Querido how much on Adol Asit did up the Ghana catcher or dust I know issue but I know how this Ashburns that she has I appreciate the time, the opportunity that we are here together. I appreciate our council delegate for calling this meeting. It's been some time that we have seen each other. But we think about each other. We keep our thoughts about each other in prayer. That's what we have been doing all this time. And yes, we have lost community members, honorable people, grandmas and grandpas. Has created hardship and heartache in many families across our land. It's a very hard situation that we are confronted with. Then you think again, that's perhaps those things are supposed to happen. That's what we were told through our own stories, through different teachings, that we would be tested. There would be trying times, later days. We think maybe that's what this is. And Eugenia asked me to do a recap of some of the activities, and some of the things that I worked on as your chapter president. My thought on it is that properly, that report belongs in a duly called chapter meeting. And there will be a time, there will be the opportunity when I make that report to the people. So I want to reserve that report for that time. And I shared with you only just what I have listed out as things that I want to report on to you. These 34 items, I think. I did start putting a report together. When I started work on it, I said it would be like a transfer of information a transition document to the new officials. But because of the way that things are there, where there's hasn't been positive thought about me. Is this something that I'm not in a hurry to do? So I'll just leave that at that. Okay, distance league. JDC the code success anigit to is non set ahegi. Sanahat anlenigi kwede yahandat Saba honest dollars so it's a dash as Nahada Yerboy Tasata Aj Iya is the Nova Skana Hayatak Sastui Raymond Ross Che Oshama El Ross Bash Aj Iya Ita Dark at Ansas his Bahas E Ajatra Shanans Insid. Oh, the Kayat Ebenet Machine his Bahas. So net thought on this. So it's got that is nesta. I come that abanaho hiki koi in on this it's cabaneta. Once a go a koya send the order send it. But at not head over late December that's it 2019 and it has it's another ways now by Idak hege it adult nasla Johnny Spas or hadi lada chaos the Shibra chapter has anigi slut the middle of Chapin is not in house so yaja so chaos Kohana live a pack at is yeah Anna Kiyal Nakidot is a big habudat, but that's a pack at the Liha equals. But this is a coy equit other then there's the stone less at the not unfinished has ando sa is at this nest. Other is a whole sort of hashing at happened and lenigi. Ebesnan sort of this nest. But on him also no the Shipra traditional farmers cooperative no only Washington no not so then here is the nigga other that next day cohort era cohort now and done so Leo الخاطر إيه هابط عند إيز نيتو ليش نو السنة إيه أشخ إيه يا public school أرو أجا الخايجي ده even يدو ليش إيه إنك نامس تدي ليش تدي نو إيه باتكي هيك جندا إتا زاكو إدي ناش نهيجي كود إيه نهيك إلتو كوي هت أبن هيت إتا إيه دو هي لادا كاروتي كود تيان أجيك إيه ها نبت خاندا تشكرو كنانت سيجو إيه النامس عند يوسن إيه إيه دي نانست بتش عند هيل نه إيه نه تسجيل أو ليكيس أني ده خان كده خدان كده إلي نشيل لا تشندني تشندان نو إيه نانست هي كيهو جيش student na kita mo yata na ta grade do na ta do jikanigi na sujida e ho sa na se ki ko hota nan shigi no se to le sa di no di ka chnen da ni ka di نهول جيجا إدي قلت خاطر تيان نانست نحن نهتول لهيد قد من يست أدادي نه هت آوان نيتخي أجيت خا ابن أشنش سنيش بازن knowledge. Just briefly, just to tell you what my activities are today. As you know, I've been here on the farm and into the Ross family in 46 years ago. And you know that Mr. Ross had a large farm, so that's where I've been concentrating these days now that I have this time. So we're very focused on rebuilding our farms. And we organized a group that we call Shibruk Traditional Farmers Cooperative, composed of farmers here in the community. We have 7 members. 5 of them are women. All 3 of our officials are women. That's the proper place for woman, is in leadership, since we're talking about the land and the water. So last fall, around December, November, December, we started coming together back in 2019. Our intent was to sell our produce to the schools. We were getting ready to start that. Then the COVID hit, that changed our plans. Then we started selling to some of the COVID relief agencies. And then the Pueblos, they learned about us. So we haul a lot of produce week after week down to the different Pueblos all summer last year into the fall. And even now we're still hauling dry goods down there. But we're wanting to expand our activity there. We're getting ready to participate in the farm to school program. Okay. Did يكون هو هي يشوفون نتيجة الله نو الله الله كيت إن كيشولش كيشوتي هذا هذا شيء يا إيباناس إيه هذا شيء ده هذي كيه أو تشين أشين هذا شيء يا إيهนี่โอ้แต่ก็นอนอาสระอัดว่าสเทียดยาเอ็นคุติชิชก็ได้ข้าจุดละวอชิงตันจุดบะฮอตลีโดเลฮีกีอันนั้นตายเลอันเชื่อตันได้อิลคิโตอาดิดาสเซเจ้าอันสาขีสีกีดิดอันเชื่อยาจะอิลสโตเลชเนี่ยจะฮะจะขาดเส้นนี่โซแค่นี้นั่นเลยแค่ตัวรถปัตตานีปาระจะสร้างจุดโดยดันจิลดาขาดสุดโดนเลยจอนทีคิสน่ะคุโดอาตาเป็นนิลอันดานิคิวดาดีนะขาดชนะนาสติดิสคาร์ดตาสโดนเลยลีกีคุโดปอบนิลนิชจุดที่นี่กีตาก็ดีฮะใช่น่าจะอิลเลดนะโนดายาดาที่ใช่แต่สินะน่าจะอิลเลดูลีกีโอ้สาลีสาเคซิโตก็จะอินนัสไลดีนัสอิลเลทัดนี่กีฟจะจัดโซเชียตนี่จันนี่โดนเลยวันมาจะได้เซโตกะสติสับอันเชื่อใจสุดโดนขาลละโอชบาฮนอสซันดอลเลสอินอาร์ดอลเลสดันเซเนกีลาهاي ثانية ما Beverly Maxwell in and Tyler, yeah. So, Betsy. So then I see Hanley Nahajado class with Wallace Jr. Nielsen. So just to just to elaborate a little bit on the work that we set out to do as Shiprock traditional farmers. I mentioned we have 7 members we call they're not board directors. Is Joanne Tyler, Sandoval, Clarina Clark. The Bucks are doing what we is very simply our. We know definitely worse. Our grandchildren. This day, with their computers, with that crazy TV, their games, no, here to the best we can, the best we know how. Let's help establish that situation where we can feed we can't depend on the government. We can't depend on anybody else to. That's what we were told. And that's why we need to do what we're doing. Here to speak fancy word of sovereignty. Now, nations are their flexless muscles. They were sovereign nations. I have to say, I have to think that. And that's what we need to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to use much work I want to do today. We have family coming in from Round Rock to help me. I wish you the just not on
projects listed. I'll be discussing when we come together at before my dad is excused. Are there any questions for him? His report at the chapter meeting. I'm sorry, what was that?
What was that? 29. Okay, what little I know, y'all.
We, myself, as an elected official, cannot talk about the case. If I talk about the case, I will be compromising it. So I will ask you right now, do you want me to talk about it and compromise the case? Because that's what you're asking me to do. Okay, I'm glad that you asked that question because we did have this discussion at the RDC meeting, which was televised on Facebook, YouTube, and Vimeo. At that time, what we were told was that the greenhouses are evidence and they cannot trying DOJ, Department of Public Safety, to provide me a statement of what I can talk about, what I can say. Because through that whole issue, my name and Chili's name was dragged through the mud. Nobody, we had some of our elders here, sitting here in this community, here at Eshima, who came to my home, talk to me, tell me what's going on. I held several meetings with individuals to talk to them about what was going on. They reached out to me and I was obligated. I could not reach out to the community to say, hey,
The relief effort is run on a mile by mile basis. So the start and then it's transported. And then over here, we take care of the last miles. And the way that it has evolved since last summer is communities are all involved in the distribution mile. Folks come and pick up boxes for their communities, and then they distribute within their communities so we can reach the maximum number of people. Also, we work with cats for a really long relief effort. So you have to take care of your staff and volunteers to make sure they don't burn out, to make sure that there's mental health and some joyfulness as you go forward. And I think in that end, we have managed to maintain morale all this time. And meanwhile, community is getting more and more involved. So there are several components as well. The partners, like Echo Food Bank. I think it was last June when they first started coming into Navajo communities. So they started in Sheep Springs, connected in Sonosty. They were doing it at the Bethel Church, and I believe in coming months they will work more closely with us because the model is a coalition. So that's the wonderful thing about that. And the last thing I want to talk about, and Eric can pick it up when he could be, Ruth Butte, all of them have stepped up. A lot of CERT teams are no longer in existence. So I think that an important thing is to support the CERT teams. And how is that done? Because they're all volunteer. So we're puzzling over that, and we're going to find a solution to make sure there are more of them. I think that Navajo Nation tells us there's only 5 in the whole of the reservation. So that's crazy to only have 5 CERT teams. So we need to figure out an increase of that, because it's also adds to safety for situations like the pandemic. And I'm gonna have Megan introduce herself, and maybe we can talk about the childcare stipends too, because we're sponsoring 2 rounds of childcare stipends. We finished the first round for kinship stipends, but we found that a lot of folks don't have kinship support for childcare, so we want to target. So we want to do another round through Navajo Family Voices and the relief effort, and also state partners and private foundations to reach parents. They don't have kinship help. Anyway.
Yat Benishe Megan Johnson Hincha. Tachini Ninchle Huafana Bashushin Sandra Kanadashanale. I'm from the Farm Road area, First Wash. Grew up in Shiprock, and I'm very fortunate to be a part of this Navajo Family Voices program with Josephine. We've also been able to help the Northern Diné COVID relief effort. Very proud of this because we've come together as a community to help families that are in need, especially with food. I help with the hotline. I am a full-time college student, been able to go through this pandemic, going to school and being in the dental hygiene program. So helping with the hotline, we've noticed families are still in need of food, and we've been able to help with that. The childcare stipends that Josie was talking about did end far earlier than we had anticipated because we had a flood of, families sending in their applications. And, we just couldn't end there because there were still families that were in need of stipends. And so we put our heads together and partnered with Children's Medical Services to see what else we can help families with. And that's what Josie was talking about, is the families that are unable to have kinship, childcare help. We do want to help those families as well. So that's what we're working on.
Thank you. Anybody has any questions, or we can pick it up later when Eric gets here?
Have one question. How like you guys that new marijuana, did they ever help with that program that you're running?
No, nothing at all to do with the marijuana program or anything like
They
that.
don't help you guys?
I'm actually part of the fiscal sponsor group, which is Indian.
Sir, you're welcome to go to the website. Everything is posted there. All of the donations that are made and then who made the donations. So I will tell you, we work very closely with Bethel Church. We also worked very closely with LDS Church. LDS, as you know, they are a part of Bashes. So some of the donations that we received were directly from Bashes, which was really good because a lot of the food that was coming into the Navajo Nation were from different programs, but we worked directly with Bashes. So to answer your question, no, the foods were not donated by marijuana growers. Again, another jinn, that's going to get you in trouble, just so you know that. Yes.
And assisted them in delivering to relief effort here and in McKinley County. And also father a field to other pueblos, kind of handle the finances, and partner with San Juan Collaborative for Health Equity down there. Groups down near Gallup, the mutual aid groups. Drawing a blank. Yes, last August, September, and also with steam corn in October. Some of you may know that I work for Navajo Nation and I've been here for 21 years. The co-op is a very tricky situation. Navajo Nation has something called the Limited Cooperative Association Act that somehow allows a cooperative to also be a nonprofit 501c3. But the American Bar Association, I'm speaking as a lawyer, thinks that's a very tricky situation. So As of now, New Mexico and Arizona does not have the Limited Cooperative Association Act. Arizona, Utah, and Colorado does have that act. Some years ago, Joe Ben had asked for help with doing a cooperative, and what the legal part of it is mostly, and I'm part of a group of national lawyers who innovate cooperatives. So the normal cooperative, what lawyers do is try to figure out the type of shares and write the instrumentation for the shares so you can get capital. That type of co-op doesn't quite fit what Navajo farmers need to do, because Navajo farmers, I think, wish to pursue mostly grants. So when you do that, you need a 501c3 status. Now I'm dealing with a situation now where people are intent on incorporating. When that occurs, it's because it takes so long to incorporate in Navajo. At one point, there was a vacant position for some time there. In any case, if you incorporate in New Mexico, then your cooperative cannot be a nonprofit 501c3 also, because it's different parts of the New Mexico code. So that's a little bit of a headache for people to comprehend. You either become a share-based cooperative, which is not a charitable cooperative, if you're incorporated outside in state. And that means both Arizona and New Mexico. But if you incorporate in Navajo Nation, it takes quite a while. And then you could possibly get a 501c3. It's a very complicated process. It's more like the impact investment type of associations that can be found internationally, but it's taken its time coming to the US.
Are we able as farmers, like on the farm here, we have some of the out from the together as farmers and some of potential as farmers be able to choose on the Navajo Nation without having to go through. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, mutual aid is a wonderful idea. And mutual aid is especially bloomed since the pandemic. I would also say that the relief effort is a mutual aid coalition.
The reason I say that,
So
we took all our corn into the mutual aid. All of our corn comes over 10 tons. This is something that we need to do outside. Get together and we're able to do that.
this is a wonderful topic. There are areas that you do need lawyers to sit with you and throw a wrench in the works sometimes. But I was told once by a director of one of the divisions, but that is not the way to get capital. That is not the way to get ongoing sustenance. So I'm going to pass it on to, I'm going to retire from this conversation for now, because this is a whole other conversation.
Ini nahi sokagi she ya Shirlene Jumbo Rintilange ya she hints na auto toge ibasha shin take care da shi chedo na kai touchy ne da shin na kuya ya Delegate Charles doing the nashwo. So ini bi ya na sag shi yan lego kit khanda de gegi e ya na sna auto band all the bagi the a audrey in the shoshi and you can't not other 501c3 any night kitty yob non-profit or based on that ego 501c or c3 yo non is she's up a national shape and addition attorney law do attorney law aid or your instructions the any I don't know lay community development national a auto equidor executive the legislative to a call healthy the nation act yeah junk food tax station you hear about the junk food tax? Okay. A call junk food auto right here. So you're gonna work us out of a job if you continue to eat healthy. So did it junk food tax again, yeah. Chapter houses go based on the 50-50 formula, no, but based on the 2%. And I was very shocked to read that the Navajo Nation buys $369 million worth of junk food. That's soda, chips, donuts, chips, cake dot hecky. That's how much money our nation puts into the market of junk food. That 369 million, yeah, 2% comes to the Navajo Nation for chapters. Those monies are sent to the chapter house for a group of people. Let's say you all belong to the Northside gang over here. So you want to do your greenhouses. So are you okay? Okay. So those greenhouses, yeah, if you want to build that, what you do is you go to the chapter house. And then you're going to say, us group right here on the north side want to build greenhouses. Greenhouses, a auto chapter house to work with them closely. And that money is set aside for the community members. Chapter. It's your decision of what you want to grow, what you want to develop out here. Some of you may be involved with 4-H that you help. That's allowable. And ask for the fund management plan on what you can do and what you can't do. So when you're going to do a project, lady, if you're going to get together, deep in the ask yourself this question: will this project reduce obesity? Will this project reduce diabetes? Ask yourself that question. What other people are doing is they're using it for farm activities. All the chapter house does is draw it down for you. But remember, you have to use that money for that farm. So I just want to let you guys know that. Thank you.
Once again, that's the Healthy Diné Food Tax Act. Council just passed that. So you can work directly with your chapter. If you are farmers, you can work to get that money to use towards growing food or greenhouses, whatever it is that you as a community member think that's going to help with food. healthy foods, you can tap into that resource. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move down. Brian Lee is still on his way. So we're going to move straight into the reports from me. Again, when Brian Lee comes, he'll go ahead and take over. So we have a lot of things to cover. Very quickly, on your agenda, we're going to cover the citizen projects, the roads update, Shiprock Hotel, Shiprock Judicial Complex, housing update, Shiprock chapter equipment, the Shiprock chapter officials investigation, council legislative update, CARES update, and the American Rescue Plan of 2021. So when we're done covering a topic, I will open it up for a few questions, and then we'll go down and we'll stick to the agenda. First, we have the citizen projects. How many of you guys have heard of the citizen projects? Okay, back in 18, council passed the legislation that would give every district a little over $4 million. The council delegate, Tom Chi, at the time brought it back here to Shiprock. As a community, you all got together and you said, these are the projects that we need to work on. So there were projects identified. Right now, we have 17 projects that are listed on that citizen project. Shiprock is the only chapter that has that many projects. Almost every chapter has 2 to 3 projects. Shiprock has 17. The first listed on the citizen projects is for a Shiprock chapter renovation. You all, as a community, awarded $450,000 to go to the Shiprock chapter renovation. As of yesterday, I received a text message from the Director of Land Development, Mike Holona, and I asked him, has Shiprock, have they withdrawn land for these projects? The reason I asked that question is because we were informed, and I say we because the chapter, community, DCD in Window Rock, and CPMD in Window Rock. So DCD is Division of Community Development. They oversee the chapters. It was reported to us by the chapter coordinator that the lands were being withdrawn. This is the first the first project where the land has not been withdrawn. So technically, where the chapter house is at, we don't own that land, which puts us in a situation where by law, we technically cannot build on that land, and we cannot renovate on that land. This land withdrawal was supposed to happen 4 years ago, and it has not happened. So that $450,000, there's a question of, can we spend that to renovate the chapter? I did contact Department of Justice, and Department of Justice said, well, we're going to leave it up to Division of Community Development. If they think that it's okay to renovate the chapter house, even though the community does not own the land, we're okay with it. I have not received any information from the Division of Community Development. So the $450,000 even though that money is supposed to go to the chapter, because we go into the chapter house, the roof is ready to fall in, right? And it's cold in the winter and it's hot in the summer. That $450,000 was supposed to be used for the chapter. Again, as of yesterday, the land withdrawal hasn't even happened yet. They haven't even started the process. So I'm hoping that this $450,000 doesn't go back to Window Rock. So I'm gonna let you know that council recently passed a legislation. And that legislation, it was agreed upon by council that because of the pandemic, each chapter now has 2 years, 48 months. Is that 2 years? 12, 24. Yeah. So they have 48 months to spend this citizen money. If the citizen money is not spent, it goes back to Window Rock. So the money that I'm going to be talking about with the 17 projects, I am updating you to let you know that this is where we're at right now with this money. And we do have some council delegates who, you know, that they're as delegates, you know, we think about our community, you know, what is it that we want to see in our community? What needs are out there? So if this money goes back into the pot, it opens it up to all of the delegates to use. So we don't want any of this money going back to Window Rock, right? I'm going to ask you guys again. We don't want any of this money going back to Window Rock, right? Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to need your help on these 17 projects. And I'll go through and I'll explain to you the issues that we're running into. So the first one, the land withdrawal. We need to encourage the chapter coordinator to withdraw the land so that we can move forward with no problems with this $450,000. So that's where I'm going to need your help, Shiprock. The second project is the Shiprock Senior Center. I believe it's $80,000. This past summer, the Senior Center director was informed through email, several emails that came from Rory Heckes, who is the chapter project manager, informing the Senior Center director that we needed the BIA letter saying that land that's there at the Senior Center, that belongs to the Navajo Nation. So this past summer, my LDA worked with BIA. We finally got the letter. So now what is happening is everything appears to be completed at this point, is what the report that I got. And know that I was working a really good working relationship between Chile, the chapter president, myself, Rory Heckes at CPMD, and we were communicating and coordinating on these projects all the way up until Chile's last day on December 31st, 2020. So right now we need to procure the project. So procurement is another term that you're going to hear. The procurement process is happening right now, and Rory Heckes has been working on that. So that $80,000 that's going to the Shiprock Senior Center, my understanding is that the community did ask for fencing, security cameras, and then to pave the road all the way up to the Senior Center. However, I think that the money is being used for something else. We haven't got a full report on that just yet, so I can't tell you what that money is being used for. But hopefully we do get a response on how that money will be spent. And just know that when Rory and I and my LDA meet, we have a spreadsheet of all of the projects. And on the side, we list all the days that we meet, our meetings, and what was discussed, and then also what needs to happen. That way we know we're on the same page. So when I'm talking about these updates, I'm pulling them directly from the updates that have been provided from CPMD and also from my LDA assistant who has been helping me. Shirlene explained that she used to work at DCD. She has a lot of experience in working with these types of projects. So when I found out that DCD, like her last day was at DCD, I asked her to come and work for me. And she's probably making half of what she was making at CPMD. But she was ready and willing to help us because she wants to see Shiprock grow. Shirlene is not from this community, but she is helping me to try to get these projects going, and she is helping me to move these projects forward. So just know that when we get together, this is what we come up with. This is how we keep track of the projects that are happening. So all notes are put in this spreadsheet here. And again, if you want a copy of this, I'll be happy to send it to you, or I'll be happy to make copies and mail it to you. Shiaj over here, he texts me and he asks me to send him certain documents, and I send it out to him. So please reach out and ask me. We also have the elderly care. Shiprock has a plan to build our own elderly home. Yes, I know, I'm seeing clapping in the back. We're trying really hard to build an elderly home here in Shiprock. $17,000 was given to this project to start that planning process. But we ran into a problem. The land withdrawal was one problem that we ran into. Shiprock, in a way, they donated. I can't remember if they actually passed a resolution on this, but there was land that was withdrawn for the Shiprock Fair. Do you guys know where that land is at? You know, when you go out of town, yeah, when you're going towards Gallup on the south side of Shiprock, 2 miles. And Jerry is a part of this, he was a part of this conversation. So what Shiprock said is, you know what? We need an elderly care site. Let's donate that land since it's already been withdrawn by Shiprock. Let's give it to the elderly site or to the elderly home. This $17,000 for the planning, let's start planning. The problem that we ran into is per New Mexico state law, we have to be within a certain distance of the hospital. And that kind of, from what I recall, it's kind of far. So they said no. So what we did is we said, okay, there's those hogans that are sitting up there. Let's use that. Let's renovate it. Let's take that. Thank you. That was the plan. So we said, okay, this plan over here, it's not working. Let's move over here. There was a resolution that was passed. And then we ran into another problem. And that problem is that I believe it's the women's shelter came forward and said, no, that doesn't belong to Shiprock. There was a meeting with Chiliazi and President Nez. And I remember this meeting was around Shiprock Fair. I was not able to attend because I had a meeting at NAFI. So Chili and President Nez met. based on the email conversation that was going on between the two of them, President Nez said, yeah, you Shiprock, you guys can take it. We're giving it back to the community, which is how that resolution was passed. However, that's when the women's shelter came forward and said, no, that belongs to us. So we don't know who it belongs to. But wouldn't that have been a great site to have put our elderly home? It's right across from the hospital. And then that new police department was going to be right across the street. So right now we have $17,000 that's been devoted to this project. This was only for the planning. It wasn't for the renovation. It wasn't, to add to that building. $17,000. Now we have to decide, are we going to keep that $17,000 with the elderly care site, or are we going to take that back and put it in a project? That's where I'm going to need your help on this, because that citizen money, that's your money. Just like the chapter house money, that's you guys' money right here. Me, I just take care of it, but I'm going to listen to what you guys have to say about this money. So we can't do anything today because this is not an official chapter meeting, but just know that $17,000, we have to decide, are we going to keep it with the elderly care site, or are we going to put it back into the pot? We also have $200,000 that's going to the wellness center. As you guys might remember, the wellness center, they did a groundbreaking ceremony. I believe it was back in 2019. Again, I wasn't able to attend that. I believe I was in Washington, D.C. at that time, and I wasn't invited. So I didn't know anything about the groundbreaking ceremony, but apparently they had a groundbreaking ceremony. And, but we also got a letter saying that they needed an additional $100,000 for design and construct of this building with the wellness center. So right now, the community is going to have to decide, are we going to give them an additional $100,000 to finish the wellness center? As you know, the wellness center is, I believe it's like a small gym is what the plans are stated. So we do need a wellness center in this community, but I will leave that to the community to decide. Okay, former BIA compound. Russell B. Gay, when he was president, he vetoed this $350,000. This money was supposed to clear out, right behind Wells Fargo, where the old hospital, the old IHS hospital, that money was supposed to clear out that whole compound, because we see that those buildings are all dilapidated, right? They pose a threat or a public safety concern, because we see our relatives who don't want to go home. By the way, I'm just going to say that I don't ever call a Navajo person homeless, because we all have homes to go home to. So I always say our relatives, because, they somehow we're all related through somehow. And so I don't call them homeless. I call them, my relatives. So we have some relatives who don't want to go home. We see them out on the streets. They've been finding places to stay during the winter. And what I found out that they're doing is they're building fires in these buildings to stay warm. And then these buildings catch on fire. And that's what we see at Bonds. And then I believe in the exhibit hall at the Shiprock Fairgrounds is another one.
Okay. They came in Now it's all boarded up.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, and so we're starting to see them, they're breaking into the buildings, and it's to stay warm. So what happened was the proposal from Shiprock was, let's clear that all out. Let's build businesses right there in that area, because the river is just right there. It'll be a nice tourist attraction. But President Russell Begay vetoed that. And he said no. And the reason why he vetoed it is because he said that is BIA's responsibility to Shiprock to clean up that area and to clean up all areas on the Navajo Nation where there are abandoned BIA buildings. So for that reason, he vetoed $350,000 from Shiprock. So what we did was, again, working together, we came forward and we proposed, we said, okay, President, this time we said, President Nez, we want that $350,000 back to Shiprock. And we want to spend it to clean up the baseball field and make that baseball field a nice place for our kids to play in. How many of you guys have seen that complex in the back of Farmington, going up the back roads? Nice complex, right? It's a baseball field. How many of your kids played in that baseball field? How many of your grandkids played in that baseball field? That was the plan. Let's build a nice baseball field for our kids. So we gave them $75,000 at a chapter meeting. We also gave $110,000 to build a veterans cemetery. That cemetery in Fort Defiance, that's a veterans cemetery. That cemetery is starting to get full. So what our veterans did was they came forward at a chapter meeting and they said, we want a veterans cemetery for the Northern Agency. We want to take care of our veterans. So we met with the veterans and they had this nice plan, a blueprint, where there's a monument to our veterans. And within that monument, they have places where you can place the flag, kind of what maybe a smaller version of what you see at Arlington National Cemetery. And the plan was to withdraw land and to put a veteran cemetery next to the cemetery. So that was $110,000 that was approved by the Shiprock voters at a chapter meeting. Then we got $15,000 to help the veterans with their water line. The veterans went out and they sought state funding. They got approved the state of New Mexico gave them money to help them finish their veterans water line. So with this citizen that belongs to the Shiprock people, we said, we're going to help you. We're going to give you an additional $15,000 because that's what they were short to complete their project. And then the last one was originally what we wanted to do, the town of Shiprock, was, do you guys remember the sirens, the BIA sirens? Yes. At 8:00 in the morning, I remember those sirens would go off. That's when you knew you were late for school, was when you heard the sirens go off. Or when there was an emergency, that siren went off, right? Soon as that siren went off and it was not 8:00 in the morning or 5:00 in the evening, we knew that something was going on. That was the alert system for Shiprock back in the days. So what I did was I met with BIA to see if Shiprock can purchase those sirens back so that we could use those sirens for emergency purposes. But BIA said it's going to be a long process. And because we have that timeline in place, we couldn't wait. They were saying it would probably be about 2 to 5 years before we got those sirens back. So we had to change that siren plan. And instead, the community asked this question. Hajin cannot ani. Ish hadi, but they're all, but office, ish hadi. We said, we don't have one. We do not have an office here in Shiprock. As a council delegate, I don't have an office here in Shiprock. If you want to come and talk to me, you have to come to my home or you have to call me on my phone. So what the Shiprock community said was, we need a location where our elected officials can have an office with their office hours posted so that we know when we have an issue, we can go to the office and we can find them there. That was the plan. As you guys probably heard, Chile used to have his office in the Shiprock chapter, but he was kicked out of the Shiprock chapter. And I am not allowed to go to the Shiprock chapter. That's what you would think, right? Isn't that where your delegates are supposed to be? You want to know where my office is? My office is in Winter Rock and it's in my car. That's my office. We don't have an office here in Shiprock. We don't have a location. No delegate has an office in their district. I don't think they do. In fact, if you go to the delegate's office in Winter Rock, we have portables, just one small desk and then a wall, like a little, what do you call it? Like those makeshift dividers. Then there's the next one. And there's probably only about 10 desks. And how many delegates do we have? 24. Speaker gets his own office because he's the speaker. So 23 of us delegates have to fight for 10 desks. So we don't have an office here in our community. So the Shiprock community said, let's give the elected officials $150,000 to buy a portable building so that they can have their office there. But then President Naz vetoed the request. And in his veto message, President Naz said, quote, "We believe the appropriations here may be included elsewhere in our priority listing." We, when he's saying we, he's talking about him and Myron Lizer, will look into the feasibility of these projects to determine the appropriate financial need. Now, I don't know about you guys, but to me, it sounds like he's saying, I'm going to decide what Shiprock needs. I'm going to veto this request that Shiprock made through a resolution. I'm going to veto it. And I'm going to tell you, Shiprock, what you need. But maybe I'm reading it wrong. That's why I included the language that he wrote in his veto message. So now Shiprock is out $350,000. This is one that's very important. So I'll move on to the next project. Utility hookup. $60,000 was given for utility hookup. If you have a home that's located within a certain distance of an electric line, Shiprock chapter was supposed to help you pay for it. Now, that doesn't mean that if you're 10 miles from the electric line, Shiprock chapter is going to help you pay for it. It's within a certain distance. NTUA has to, I think it's less than a mile. $60,000 was given to for that project. NTUA tried to get the names of people who went to the chapter house asking for utility hookup, but they never got the names. To date, no names have been submitted to them by the chapter house. And that affects us because when the CARES money came out, NTUA said, oh, hey, there's no names from Shiprock. Shiprock doesn't need any electricity or water hookups. And it fell back to the chapter. No names were submitted from the chapter house. So when that CARES money, when council gave and we said, hey, here's some money, go hook up those people who don't have electricity. Go hook up their water lines if they have no water. This CARES money will take care of it. There was no name submitted for Shiprock. And the same thing with the utility hookup. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you, if you or you know somebody who needs electricity or water, please let me know so I can add your name to the NTUA list. We had one family meet with me during the pandemic, the Lee family. I don't know if you guys know the Lee family down at the state line. We met last week to see how much it's going to cost to extend that water line all the way down to the state line. And what I was told was, that's outside of your district. I have never, ever asked, are you a Shiprock voter? I can only help you if you're a Shiprock voter. I've never asked that question. I say, you know, if my people need help, I'm going to help them. So the Lee family reached out. Technically, that area falls within Hogback. Then across the street, that belongs to, I believe it's, Kariai, Gadiaha. But that, though, there's about, I believe there's 12 families out there that don't have running water. They haul their water every day. So their name should have been on that NTUA list. They should have been helped with water. There's no excuse to live this close to Shiprock and not have water. There is no excuse to live in the Shiprock community and not have water. There is no excuse to live in the Shiprock community and not have electricity. So we come back to this issue of, did you ask for electricity or water? Because if you did, your name was not submitted. Contact me and let's start working together to get you electricity or to get you water. During the pandemic, I helped 4 families get connected to electricity and water. 2 families live right by Tepita and they had no electricity and water. Now they have water. They chose to go without the electricity, but they at least have water. So please, if you need electricity or water, please contact me and let's start working together. And the other reason why I'm saying this as well is because in ARPA funds, the American Recovery Plan Act money, Navajo Nation is going to be getting between $1 billion to $1.7 billion. So again, there's no excuse for anybody to not have no electricity or water. American Recovery Plan Act. It's the $1 trillion legislation that was passed by Congress a few weeks ago, and that's where you're going to be getting your your stimulus check. But we have Brian Lee in the back who works for Senator Ben Ray Lujan, who will be giving us some more information about that. So I'm going to get through this, Sihisan, and then I'm going to come back to Brian so he can talk to you a little bit about the ARPA funds, okay? Okay, the next one is river trail and small parks. That is to restore the river trails and the small parks here in Shiprock. There's $56,000 that has been given to this project. And I believe the update on this is we're working on we need a scope of work, and then we can begin the procurement process. So the way that the Sihisan projects are supposed to work is the chapter is supposed to be working with the community, the Division of Community Development. But there's no movement coming from the chapter. And it's been really hard. So what I did again is I hired Charlene, and now the chapter is saying, no, you have to go through Michelle. So, I mean, I don't know what else to do. I'm really trying to push for these projects, and I don't want this money to go back to Window Rock. So that's where I'm reporting this to you so that you can hopefully help and saying, okay, we all need to work together in order to get these projects done. Eva, did you have a question? Yes, sewer lines and septic tanks. How many of you guys have septic tanks? Mostly all of us, right? Because the sewer lines, they don't connect to NTUA the way that it used to. So right now, that's also part of the CARES money that came out was supposed to be helping with that. I have had a few meetings with NTUA to try to get the treatment center, the facility, to try to get that going. We have grant money that was awarded to NTUA, and then NTUA said, you know, we need our income debt ceiling raised. So that's why I voted for it, was because they said, we'll be able to get money now for the treatment center. For the, I think it's called the treatment, it's not treatment center, it's the wastewater treatment facility. So because of the pandemic though, everything was put on a pause. So I can get some information on that to find out where we're at and what the shortage is with funding, to see how much it will get, how much we will need to be able to get that going again. As far as your septic, I get a lot of calls from many of you who say, I went down to the chapter house, I asked them to help me with my septic, and they don't offer that service. The only thing that I can say is you're my boss. You're the boss of the elected officials who sit in the chapter. You are supposed to tell them what to do. If you want septic services offered by the chapter, then you go down there, you do a resolution, and you ask for the septic services to be covered. And then we vote on it. And if there's a vote and everybody agrees to it, then that's what the chapter house is supposed to do. So right now with the septic, I did reach out to Division of Community Development because I was getting so many calls on people who were saying, my septic is full, I need help. Does the chapter house help with that? So I'm working to see what options are available for that. But your option though, as a community, is to pass a resolution and ask the chapter to cover septic services. Jerry. All right, if you guys have any questions about Jerry, what Jerry said, you guys can talk to him afterwards. He's just talking about a chemical that you can buy at Walmart to put in your septic tank. Okay, the next listing is the 15 secure land designation. That's number 2 right here on Citizen. We gave $200,000 for this project. What this project is there was 15 lands that were secured up along US 64 and I think up 491 as well. Those lands, they said, we're gonna deem this business land. So we're gonna ask for the land, or we're gonna clear out the land and get it ready for businesses. Nothing really has been done on this project. I think a lot of it is because when you're a business, on the Navajo Nation, you're expected to do all of that work yourself. So as I support businesses because I want them to come here to Shiprock. So with this money, we were hoping that we would be able to help the businesses so that we can at least clear out the land, get everything ready for utilities, and then that pretty much was supposed to be it. But we haven't got any information on this. So that's the second thing, 200,000 that we have to decide, are we going to keep that 200,000 at this project or are we going to move it to a different project? What I recommend, and I hope that you guys consider this, is let's move that 200,000 to the utility hookups. So that way we can try to hook up more homes to electricity and water. But that's just my recommendation. I will, however way you guys want to decide that, I'm going to go along with it. But I have to say that these 17 projects, we can't add any more projects to that. We can move the money around, but we can't add any more. So we can't do 18 or 19 projects. We have to stick with these 17 and see, we have to decide, are we going to move some of these fundings around to help in different areas? Or are we just going to leave it where it's at? Because, and I say this because I was really hoping that I could use some of that money with you guys' approval to build some nice, those signs when you go into the community that say, welcome to Shiprock. To have signs like that in all 4 of the entryways into Shiprock. But that's where I was told you cannot add any more projects. You guys, you have to decide if you're going to shift that money around. So again, I'll leave that up to the community to decide. The next project on the listing is rural addressing. We have been hearing about this for years. This is where your streets are going to have a name. And then if you're living outside, the Shiprock area, then the county road or, basically every road in Shiprock is supposed to be identified and it's supposed to have rural addressing. So there's been $100,000 that has been given to this project. The last update that we received is that Shiprock chapter was supposed to hold a public hearing to approve the proposed roads and streets, but no date has been set. And the chapter house is saying that $100,000 is for material purchase only. We had a meeting about this in July with the Division of Community Development. The update that I got at that time was that the decision has already been made and that the streets have already been identified and they've already been named, and that we're going to send our children out to put up these signs. And by law, by state of New Mexico law, you have to have somebody who's certified to put up those signs because you have to make sure the right of way, you have to get that cleared. And then by New Mexico state law, you have to have it at a certain distance from the road. So I question, why are we going to use our children? We have money. Why can't we hire or have the state of New Mexico come out and assist us? So that was another thing that we ran into. And we have several roads in Shiprock. Some belong to BIA, some belong to the chapter, some belong to the state of New Mexico, and then some belong to Navajo Nation Department of Transportation.
That's the only way we can vote, have that address.
That is part of that is part of that overall issue about voting. How some of us have run into issues of trying to go get our driver's license, to renew our driver's license. What did they ask you? your physical address, right? And then if you don't have your physical address, what do they tell you to do? Yeah, go get one. Go down to your chapter house. Tell them to write a description of where you live. And then, yes, and then we run into the issue of the chapters won't help you with that letter. So then, we're left with, where do we go? So the rural addressing is supposed to take care of that. I also met with San Juan County before the pandemic, and I asked the county if they would be willing to split the cost so that we can get more roads covered and that we can get the signs and also to get them up. And at that time, San Juan County said that they would look into it, but of course, at that time, the pandemic hit and we weren't able to complete our meeting. The next project or the next the next thing on the list is the Indian Village Bluff Road. So this was mislabeled. This actually is supposed to be to purchase a road grader. And there was $318,000 that was given to Indian Village and to Bluff Road, and that was for that grader. The last information that we received is that it should have been purchased. So hopefully we'll start to see working in our community. Yes.
There's a road that gets graded out there. And then I stopped that operator that graded that road. And it's at mile marker 30 south of the highway. And he said that we're only going to do the lateral entrances on that farm down to the ditch. Well, he's only done one particular road, and our roads down there, they're unpassable. I mean, they'll tear your car. Right now, we got ruts. They got big old ruts that some of the people can't even pass without going down to a really small crawl. So I was wondering, you're talking about the chapters helping. Where is that person with that grader? Can we find out why he's just grading just that one road and not taking care of the whole ditch department on the road so we can pass at least?
Yeah, so you're from the Hogback chapter. So you'd have to contact your coordinator. I believe her name is Hayes. Anita Hayes.
Now, she was on the opposition as one of the marijuana growers, and now we're having problems with her. She needs to step down because there's bias there. There's ethical conducts here that she broke, and she still sits on that, but she gives us trouble now because the people that stood up for our community, like me, I'm one of them, they don't like it. Now
Okay.
they're treating us bad.
Okay, what you can do is you can reach out to your council delegate, Rick Naz, and then talk to Rick. And Rick will, each one of us delegates have, it's called a road inventory. So we have a list of all of the roads. Like for me, I have a list of all of the roads in Shiprock. And then I can tell you, who owns that road. I'll say, okay, that's a BIA road. So my job is to go out and talk to BIA about that road. So that just talk to Rick Naz, and he should be able to help you.
There's bias there then.
If you feel that there's bias with your council delegate, then you can reach out to the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Okay, so next one that we have is the Southside Incident Command Center. This one is kind of a tough one. So the Incident Command Center, we got $3 million from the state of New Mexico. I was in Washington, D.C. the day that I got the call from the governor. The governor was not going to approve this project. And I was in Washington, D.C. and I walked out of my meeting to talk to her because you don't make the governor wait for you. I walked out and I talked to the governor and her staff on the phone. And I told her, Governor, if you give us this $3 million, we can build a command center on the south side of Shiprock. How many of you guys know what a command center is? It's a very small, it's a police department, an EMT, and a fire department in one building. Now, this is my what I'm scared of. We have one bridge that connects our communities. We have the hospital here on this side of the bridge. We have the police station on this side of the bridge. We have the fire department on this side of the bridge. We also have EMT on this side of the bridge. What do we have on the south side? We have businesses and really nothing else, right? We got City Market, we got Burger King, we got McDonald's on that side. So what we wanted to do was we wanted to build a small command center there on the south side. So that way people on that side would have access to first responders. So right now, what happened was, like I said, $3 million was given from the state of New Mexico. $1 million was given from CIHSID. So that means we have $4 million right now. New Mexico is giving us 1 year to spend 5%. And then they also have, okay, you spend 5%, there's going to be an additional percentage that you have to spend. So what New Mexico is saying is you need to spend this money and it needs to be right away. We can't just sit here, we can't just wait, and we can't just let this money be put in this bank account and just sit there. So we have $4 million right now. Back in January of 2020, council held what we call a public safety work session. And at this public safety work session, we came together, all of council, and we said, my community needs a police station. My community needs a fire department. My community needs a new, building for EMT. So we created this list, and it was, I think it was on the Navajo Times. There was a list of all of the needs for each of the communities. At that time, we were told, I don't know how many of you have ever been to Twin Arrows. When you pull into Twin Arrows into the parking lot, right off on your right-hand side, there's like a little police station, and you see the fire department. It's all in one building, right? Have you guys seen that? So what happened was gaming said, hey, we built that and it only cost us $4.5 million. And the Navajo Nation owns the blueprints to that building. So what we did is we went to that building and we toured it. We said, okay, give us a tour. Show us what you have. There was a fire department, EMT, police department, and they even have a dorm that's attached to that building. So they have like a living quarters for female and for men. And then they have a place to shower. They have a community kitchen. Everything is attached to that little building. $4.5 million was what it cost. So it was at that time that council said, okay, that is what the threshold is going to be. So we shouldn't be spending no more than $5 million on these command centers. So what we were told was there's the blueprint that the Navajo Nation owns. If you want a command center, look at that blueprint. And then we were also told that that blueprint is scaled to fit, which means that you can move things around within that to make room for, let's say we need a 3-bay fire department. We keep the same size, but we might say, okay, we don't want the community kitchen. So using that, a few council delegates started planning. Well, in November of 2020, Chile, myself, and DCD and Winter Rock, we came together with that information and we said, okay, I think we're going to have to go with this plan. But we learned that an architect firm came up with a different plan. And they're saying that they can build a command center with $11 million. So we had to decide. We have $4 million right now sitting. Are we going to use that $4 million to build a $4.5 million command center? Or are we going to use that 4 million and put it towards the 11 million and go out and try to find some money? So we couldn't have a community meeting like this. So we said it's probably best to stick with the 4.5 million command center. Unfortunately, the chapter said, no, we want the 11 million. So I told them, I can't ask for 68 million for the new police station and then build you guys an $11 million command center. I'm sorry, I'm not, I can go out and I can get money, but I can't, there's just no way we're going to be able to get that kind of money. Because right now, the governor of New Mexico, the president of the United States, our congressional delegates and our senators, what is their priority right now? COVID. That's their priority, right? The state of New Mexico said, we want to see projects where we see water connection. So we tried to explain that in December at a meeting, but we weren't heard. And so recently the elected officials, the chapter officials passed that resolution. They said, we're to the $11 million facility. But I'm over here saying we have $4 million. And yes, the price is probably going to go up, but it's not $11 million. So again, that's where you guys, the community, you guys need to, tell me, do you want to stick to the 11 million or the 4 million? We can work with the 4. I am trying to stand my ground. Trust me. No, that money has to stick to the project. You cannot move that money to different projects. The state of New Mexico, when the state of New Mexico asked the Shiprock community, what do you guys need? We said we need a Shiprock command center. And that's what they did, was they gave us the 3 million. So it has been a fight with the chapter officials. You can pass a resolution. And I can tell you that DCD was supposed to be here today, but they were threatened by Keba Bigay. And so they said, we're not going to go there. So they were supposed to help me with this so that I can explain to the people what's going on. And I already said it at the very beginning that we already had somebody try to shut this meeting down. And that somebody is a former state representative who's not even from Shiprock, who doesn't even vote in Shiprock. So I'm trying to stand my ground. And I can say that during this time, I have been attacked physically. And I get really emotional about this because my husband is here. My husband's never laid a hand on me. My dad never laid a hand on me. My brothers, yeah, we fought, you know, like you horseplay with your brothers and your sisters, never laid a hand on me. And to have a man punch me. So when I'm trying to stand my ground, but that's what they're sending. You see on Facebook, they're taking pictures of my home, where I live. There's pictures of me outside in my yard feeding my donkey. I had to buy thick curtains to cover my windows. And we have to close our gate. That's how scared I am. My husband always says, you know, I'm not scared, but my husband and I were, you know, sometimes he has to go do his own thing. So I am trying to stand my ground. And it does get really hard sometimes. But just know that I'm trying to report this to the, you know, I'm trying to let you know where we stand. Thank you. Thank you. And that's what I've been trying to do. I can tell you how many emails I've sent that they don't answer. How many requests that I've made, they don't answer. So just know that I am trying to stand my ground. I really am. But when you have people come in and attacking you like that, you know, it makes it really hard because I didn't sign up for that. I signed up to be a council delegate to help my community, to help my people. I didn't say I'm going to sign up so that somebody could punch me in the chest. I didn't say that I was going to sign up so that, you know, people can come and cuss at me, so that we can have the cutty-eye coordinator drive by my house and post my brother's funeral. That's what I'm dealing with. So I'm sorry if I get a little emotional, but nobody deserves to put your family's funeral on Facebook. Nobody. So I am trying really hard. And when Chile was the chapter president, we communicated all the time. We talked, we, you know, emailed, we called, and we were always excluded from meetings. And I know that people, you know, that they probably don't like Chile, you know, but what I say to those people who said, you know, he's like this, he's like that, I said, show me proof and I'll believe you. Because what I see was we were working very well together. Things I feel like they were kind of going, but we really needed the assistance of the chapter coordinator, and we were not getting that assistance. So with this Southside Incident Command Center, I met with the businesses. We have a teleconference call. Kelly at Kentucky Fried Chicken is the one who leads this. So we have all of the businesses in Shiprock get on this call. And they said, you know what? We want to help. We want the $4.5 million command center. And so I said, okay, we need a chapter resolution because the elected officials, they already passed a resolution and they said, we want the 11 million. So you, the people, if you want the 11 million, then let me know. I will try my best to get the additional 7.5 million. But right now we have 4 million that we can spend on this building. And we're going to be short a little bit, but remember, we have citizen funds. We have citizen funds that we can use to help build this command center. So that's another one that is on the citizen list. And then we also have, again, Shiprock has 48 months to use this money, or it goes back to the citizen pot, which means it goes back to Window Rock. There is a chapter resolution that was passed saying that Dyron Murphy, the $11 million is what they want to use. But again, you guys have that choice to drop a legislation to rescind that resolution. And that's another thing, is the chapter is not supposed to be passing resolutions that belong to the people's, to the people, to you, your voice. They're only supposed to be addressing issues that are COVID related or that are budget related. And then anything else are supposed to get approval from Window Rock. Because at Window Rock, we know that all of you right here, all of you who go to chapter meetings, you're not allowed to speak. You're not allowed to go to the chapter meetings. So these resolutions that are coming down, that's you guys. You guys are supposed to vote on those. So now there's a question. What do you do with those chapters where they're passing these resolutions that affect the people, that take away that voice from the people? So now that's where you guys know that. I'm letting you know right now that that's what that council didn't want that. We didn't say we want to take away the people's voice. Yeah, and they removed all the committees from the chapter house. They're not supposed to do that. They also got a P card. They're not supposed to do that. We're still kind of in trouble with our chapter. And these actions are just making it worse. So here we are pushing to try to get certified. But when it's coming out and they're seeing it, then it doesn't help us. And then I have it's called a fiduciary duty. What that means is when things go wrong, I have to report it. That's why on your agenda, you have the Shiprock chapter officials investigation. But we'll get to that here shortly. So just know that that's what's going on with the Shiprock Command Center. We also have the new traffic lights, $200,000. And WH Pacific was recently selected. And it looks like they're going to do the traffic lights. They're doing a study. The study is we're trying to put a stoplight at the entrance of the 4 entrances of the community. Because we see people flying through Shiprock, right? We see those diesels flying through Shiprock going 60, 70 miles an hour. Well, we talked about a roundabout. That may happen. Right now, what they're doing is they're doing the study. They're saying, okay, is there enough traffic going through Shiprock to justify this cost? So they're going to start the study, right? Hopefully soon, because they just selected somebody to start the study. So you'll be seeing that within the community. Okay, Jerry, that's a new project. If we have time, we'll get to that. The next one is the cemetery. $90,000 has been given to the cemetery to clean it up. And then also, to make it look nice. That's where our relatives are spending their eternal life there, right? They're in that cemetery. So right now we have $90,000 that went to the cemetery. And Rory is working to complete the contract and work with Johnny Long, the CPMD contract analyst. So they are going to start that process of fixing the cemetery. So hopefully we'll start seeing some changes here soon with the cemetery because they have the money, it's there. The next one is plan and designed a 36 acre track road. This is the road that goes behind Shiprock High School. Have you guys seen that canal road? We are trying to make that an emergency access road. So what we did was the town or the community of Shiprock gave $85,000 so that they can plan and design that road. And then hopefully we'll have a second road going behind Shiprock High School, and then it'll connect to 491. And so right now, again, we are looking at that. I met with Delegate College back in 2019 because they own a small part of that land. So Delegate College at that time said, okay, let's make a deal. We'll give you that land for free if you help us to pave the road to the entrance of Delegate College. So we added that into that cost. So hopefully we'll be seeing an emergency access road. It's been recommended that it's going to be a paved small section of the roadway into BIA 491. And we do need a chapter resolution for that road. It is recommended. And then, well, Larry Joe said a resolution was already passed. And again, you know, we do try to get these resolutions, but it's very difficult to get, you know, to get this information. So that is 85,000. Now, that 85,000, we're hoping that that's going to be enough to do the planning. But in addition to that, Speaker at one time, and Donovan Hanley is here from Speaker's office. At one time, Speaker and Donovan Hanley, who works with speakers, he's Speaker's assistant, and all of the delegates, we identified 5 roads. Actually, we were given a certain amount of money. How much? 4.67 each district. So that meant that Shiprock was supposed to get 4.67 for roads. And so we identified the 5 roads that would fall within that budget. And that was one of them, that road right there, because we do want it paved and it's an emergency access. And what I worry about is when, and we're going to get to this here shortly, the state road going by Shiprock High School, they're going to be fixing that here soon. So can you imagine what the traffic is going to look like? But I really get tired of saying this, but because of the pandemic, it put a pause on everything. So that road bond that we were supposed to pass, it was never introduced. So hopefully it'll be reintroduced. We haven't got any word on it yet. But we're hoping that if, you know, Speaker moves forward with it, that Shiprock will get 5 roads fixed. I'm also trying to fix the road that goes behind Datzaberger. I don't know if you guys have ever been on that road, and it comes out right in front of City Market. That road, oh, the wood, it's like just, it's cement, but it's very bad road. So we do have some bad roads here in Shiprock that we are trying to fix. Yes. Well, what's that? You know, I try to see the positive, you know, when we talk about these things, you know, so hopefully that doesn't happen. I mean, you could say that about any road, that it's going to be a drinking road. But you know, like if it's going to help the community, then that's how I want to look at it, is that positive side of it. You know, it's going to help the community. It's going to give them an access road. Okay. Shiash?
Oh, talk about road improvement. The south on the bank, farm road.
Okay, we're going to come to that.
Down plus,
Yeah.
the farm lane.
Yes.
Whatever the bus route.
We're almost there. We're almost there, Shiaj. Just patient. Okay. The next one is a visitor center. So this visitor center, we know that Hollywood comes to Shiprock quite a lot, right? The latest movie that was made was Jumanji. Was it Jumanji with The Rock? Remember? We all thought The Rock was going to be at City Market, but he didn't come. The visitor center, we're working to plan and design a visitor center here for Shiprock. I think that I believe that this is going to go in where that BIA compound is at. So we do have money for them to start planning and start to design that visitor center. I do have to let you know that I was contacted by, I believe it's Parks and Recreation. And what they want to do is they want to sponsor a legislation to put Shiprock Pinnacle on the Navajo Parks and Recreations list. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Again, that's going to be a resolution. If you are good with it, then the resolution will pass. If you're not good with it, then you do a resolution at the chapter and say, no, I'm not good with it. So I just want to let you guys know, I just got the email this week, but I thought, you know, since we're talking about the visitor center, I should just kind of give you guys a heads up that I've been asked to sponsor this legislation. What that means is if I'm the prime sponsor, I'm saying I represent Shiprock and I want that Shiprock Pinnacle to fall under Parks and Recreation. That's where I'm going to leave it to you guys to decide. If you don't want it, write a resolution. If you want it, write a resolution, and then let's vote on it. Okay, then we have the widening San Francisco Peak. They gave $500,000 to fix that road going up along Shiprock High School. But the state of New Mexico said, no, we have some money. We'll go ahead and we'll fix it. So that $500,000 that was approved, it's sitting there. We got some projects. $250,000 is going to the Mesa Bluff Farm Road. The Mesa Bluff Farm Road has been on the Shiprock's list for roads for quite some time now. And so we also have money coming in from the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. That road was scheduled to be fixed spring of last year. But again, because of the pandemic, all of those projects stopped and now they're starting to go forward. But we also, you know, are kind of pushing back right now. So right now I was asked to change that $500,000 to re-award it to the Mesa Bluff Farm Road. So our legislative council just got, Shirlene, when do we get the information from the chapter? Was that for the San Francisco? Yeah. So just on Thursday, we got the resolution from the chapter and we reached out to them several times because when you have legislation, they always say, what does your chapter say? So we did constantly email to get that copy, but we finally got it on Thursday. So now council's attorney can write the legislation and you'll be seeing that coming up here shortly. So that's going to get fixed, Shiaj. And then we also awarded we're doing the chip seal right now. And then we're going to be getting extra money for the. Well, what I can do is. Well, so what I can do. You can do that. And what we'll do is we'll take that 250,000 plus the money that Navajo DOT put aside for the chip seal. What they'll do is they'll give it to another community, and then we can start working towards getting money for the paved road. So that's something that we can do. And again, if you want to drop the resolution, you're welcome to do that. No, actually, if the chip seal, the way that I understand it is if we're working towards the pave, the chip seal will help for a short time, and then we can start working to get money to get it paved. Okay, so if that's what you want to do, Mr. Ben, then remove the resolution to do the chip seal, and it'll stay that way until we get money to pave it. Again, you know, that's the communities, you know, if that's what you guys want to do, then, you know, you can pass a resolution. Again, this is your money, however way you guys want to spend it. That's the way that I'm going to move forward and spend it that way. Yes. So thank you for asking that question. My understanding is when Senator John Pinto was still with us, we met in Santa Fe and we talked about the roads here in Shiprock. From what I understand was that Shiprock community received money to fix the roads, but it was never done. And so that money went back to the state of New Mexico. So every time I went to Senator Pinto's office, even though like I was a first time delegate in 2019, Senator Pinto would laugh and say, okay, Shiprock, how much money are you going to send back to us? Because the state of New Mexico gave so much money to Shiprock, but there were a lot of projects that were never done. And when those projects don't get done, they take that money back. I don't know. And the same thing happens at the federal level. We got this long report at council that said these are all of the programs that sent money back to the federal government because they never used it. And I'm not talking about hundreds, I'm talking about millions of dollars that are sent back. So to answer your question, maybe that's what happened, was maybe that money was sent back to the state of New Mexico. I would have to do some digging to see, because that was 8 years ago. I would have to probably, talk to some people to find out what happened to that. But I can certainly do that. Cheryl, can you put that down on my list of things to do?
The leaders didn't work together. The conflict, the self-interest, all that. Opening the other papers about the old time. Right now, that here with this money possibility, they have been here since you were raising hand.
Before I became a delegate.
That's what I'm saying. It's been there way before. So for you to come here and say, these are these things, on pretty much the last year of the term, I see it.
I'm not on my last year, I'm halfway.
As your boss, listen to me. You told the whole afternoon I'm your boss, so listen to me as your boss. For nearly 4 years, we haven't really seen you to talk to us about these things. But you've seen these and talked about it in committees of the Window. You know the funding, you know in hand, but then your boss will take you over there so you can work with our chapter officials. Because what the educator outside reservation, non-novel education. We thought you can be able to manage situations that was just on the city. When it comes up and down, you know, just on the city. We trusted that to you. And you don't have to buy it, nothing. Yes. But now, 1 year left to go on your term. Come to us and say, all of those is what we hired you for. All of those is the reason for your boss. We selected you. We have faith in you to do that. But we have councilmen in the past that they've done what you're doing right now. On the last year, the last first end of the term.
I'm not in my last year. I'm just clarifying.
To make it look
Mr. Van, respect is a two-way street. If you want to get upset with me, then you get upset with me because I couldn't help you buy farm equipment for your farm. I understand that that's why you're upset with me. That's why you're talking to me this way. Okay, so I have been to every chapter meeting. Every chapter meeting I have been to. Shema Kwasita, Shema, have I been to every chapter meeting? I missed 2 chapter meetings because I was in Washington, D.C. I also had a meeting where you guys were the ones who said, this is the projects that we want. I held that in August of 2019. I didn't see you there. I have only seen you at 1 chapter meeting. I meet every week with my veterans. Yes. So I am trying to work. I really am. That's why I hired Charlene, because she's a project manager. So she has been pushing these projects. Yes, I wish for it too. I wish for it too. Perhaps you should talk to the other elected officials that
Let's
way.
just move on.
Yeah.
Okay, so $100,000 was given to the skateboard park. So we saw the skateboard park down at the Najoni Park. That's the chapters. I think that's about $30,000 that was given to them from the chapter. So we still have $100,000 that the skateboard park, you know, we can build for the skateboard park. So right now we are working, Rory and I, to try to put this skateboard park together. And then the last thing is we have $150,000 that is left from that widening of the San Francisco Boulevard. So now we have 17,000, we have possibly 200,000, and then we have an additional 150,000. Yes. Yes. Yes, every chapter, and in fact, we just had a meeting about this. Every chapter is required to have an emergency response plan. At one time, Shiprock had an emergency response team. That, from my understanding, this is before I became a council delegate. I believe that that was disbanded. The decision, I believe, was made by the chapter coordinator who said, we don't need this. And they were supposed to develop a new plan. So I think, I have Eric Treviso, who was part of the emergency response team, who is here in the crowd. Maybe he can give you a little bit of information about that. But as far as I know, every chapter is supposed to have that plan. And so when Division of Community Development Director Pearl Yellowman came before council last week, she was asking for money for DCD. We asked her about it, and she said, on one hand, yes, every community has a response plan, but she never answered whether there were teams in place to help the community. So for Shiprock, I can tell you that we do not have an emergency response team. Yeah. But apparently there is a plan in place.
So, like the rest of the money you're talking about, some of those funds can go into establishing an emergency response team and an emergency response system here, so that our community has some kind of safety or safety net. Because you mentioned there was a response team. We don't know about it. We don't even know what we're going to do. You talk about that old faulty bridge over here. That thing can't take a lot of weight. What if that thing collapsed and we went down to one bridge? We need to assess that also. I think there's other projects in the Shiprock area that need to really be looked at as far as assessment to the communities. I've been looking at this since I was in junior high. I'm talking about way back in the 70s, where our leader said, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. It never came to pass. And still yet today, I'm 58 years old and I'm still looking at things that were supposed to be done back in my day when I was a teenager and never got done. It got thrown back to the burner. Eventually, it just dissolved. Now, some of these projects that you're talking about and some of those things, yeah, we might need that, but you know what? I think that your leaders need to think about the community safety first of all. If there was an action plan during COVID here in the community, we would have snapped on it right away and told our community members, get to your houses, don't go. We would have shut down, right? And we could have done what Toyak did. Don't let anybody in our community. That's what they did. Only members got to go in there because I have family that live there. Okay, so we have that problem here. I went to the IHS before COVID even came here. It was still in China. I asked them, has the IHS gotten any memos on the COVID-19 virus that's coming from China? They said, no. I said, what? I said, we have a big virus that's causing an epidemic and people are dying. There's no cure. The labs didn't even know that. So that is very important. Maybe that needs to be moved up to a priority. And so that's what we go back to. Priorities. What is the community needing that is a priority? And I believe safety is number one.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that too. And again, you know, that falls on the chapter. When we at council, when we start to get involved, what you're seeing today happens. You get the chapter that says, no, council delegate, this is not your job. You know, let us do it. So the priority at the council level is to push for that, which is why we had Division of Community Development give us the report or give us information about that, because you are 100% correct. Instead, what we saw in the Navajo Nation was COVID hit, all the chapter houses shut down. There was no information given to the community. How many of you got information saying this is what Shiprock chapter is going to be doing? Nothing. Not even the food donations. Shiprock has had one donation, one to the community since the pandemic hit. Northern Diné COVID relief efforts stepped up. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be getting our food. We started off in Shiprock. And then Sanasti called. Then Baklavato called. Then Upper Fruitland called. Then, now we're spread out through the entire Navajo Nation. I think that, I don't know if that was the chapter. Eric? Well, that was Eric. That was Eric. So as far as I know, is that the Shiprock chapter has only did it one time. And Northern Diné COVID relief effort has been out there every week doing distributions. In fact, this last month, I drove out to Tuba City and we brought back how many cords of wood? 200 cords of wood. We brought that back. It took us 3 weeks to chop it down and to get it ready for the community. Then we had a wood drive at Bethel Church. And we gave 3, I know it's not a lot, but we gave 3 armfuls of wood to each person. And we also gave 2 bags of pellets out. We had over 150 people who got woods and pellet. So we, and I say we, because I often help Eric. Eric has been leading that effort. And Eric was on the Shiprock emergency response team. But like I said, that was disbanded. Before I became a delegate, it was disbanded. And so now we don't have a team. And as far as your concern goes, everything falls back on the chapter. They're supposed to put this plan together and they're supposed to give that to the community. But that's not what we're seeing. So, it kind of goes back and I can step in as a delegate and I did. And then this is kind of what you see.
Why do we have all those chapters in those small communities? I thought they're supposed to be our connection, like Hogback should be the connection to Shiprock here. And you guys are our connection to Window Rock. But it seems like, that chapter, they need to get a hold of them. They need to do that. That chapter, they're responsible. Well, they're not doing their job. So if it's not working, that needs to be changed. So what needs to be changed? Maybe we need to stop those chapters and tell them that they have a different type of responsibility to report to a main chapter, a center chapter. So that center chapter takes care of all our issues directly with Window Rock. Because when we have that division, one's going to say, we're doing it this way. No, we're doing it this way. And just like you're experiencing, no, we can't do it. That's not right. And then you know who it hampers? Us. It goes back to the community. And that's why we've been stuck in this situation since I was a junior high school student. And I still see the same thing happening today.
Thank you. We have been hearing that a lot. There's a project that's called regionalization. I'm sure you guys have heard about that, right? So right now, government development is working, and that's exactly what's going on. Is they're saying this is not working. The 110 chapters, every chapter is making up their own rules, and then who suffers? The community members. Yes. So I just attended a work session on that, and it may possibly be a referendum. So you, the people, will get to vote on that issue if it comes up on the ballot in 2 years. So that's when we, when our term ends. So we still have like a year and a half or a year and 8 months left. This is not my last year. So just know that that referendum is coming up. So with that, we're done with the citizen projects and we're already this late, but I promise you that the rest of these projects should go really quickly. Senator Ben Ray Lujan, his staff member, is here today, and he's going to give us an update on what the senator has been working on. And that'll give me a break to drink some water and then also to listen in. But before I call Brian, are there any other questions regarding the citizen projects? Jerry.
They're the ones that want double-decker. They're getting hungry, greedy. They want double-decker building. Okay, look at Ella. Small building, no, but at least a double-decker down there. I don't know that. Sign the Ninige door. Welcome, sign the Ninige. Edo. 1987, yeah, 1987, yeah, come for around there. 4 sides at the Satsia. One on the east side, propane there. Out on the course, in 36, out of Blueberry Hill, out of the north side. So it all cost me a lot of money. Hey, yeah, she brought. Trevor Perry go on there. Last time it's but yet the snow. Hey, yeah, cadet. And that place. Welcome to Shipra. That's it. If it's not done, I can take it out and haul it back to my house. Double on at that, so. I don't see this now. It's an answer. See the answer to Shashat. Esta. If you land in which moon, no, I did not hope it's that is correct. Oh, yeah, Eda, and the seed, then you was told what on his but that's cast on there. If you sack his and seed, then you give. Was told what's on this. In fact, his yeah, oh, Johnson Nas, I say, eaten, and Nashi, the neck at the seed over spells and the. Oh, there's a nice Yoda, the was spells and other was the not to see. Fast kick us. The cheat and the time he started is yes. Oh, yeah, sure. He's but that is cast on the. I went on at that, so either. I doing that. Damn, come on, you're not in the night horse and there's my number check. I say, guy, quite. What's Chico? Up back, what's Chico? Damn it, or Nick, in that. It Nande. You get what I said, damn, but yeah. A quack, you don't answer or see. I see him, damn, hold on, that could you hop back, oh, could you go? It, I said, oh, I said about it. I don't see. I am king, the necessity, and the lineage. Father, night or grandson. But every time I was me, last end is the fair, a much hard to see the last summer catch the hunter. But every day, son, it doesn't seem all this. But it was not a patient, a huddle, a must son, a none at the huddle. Where would the huddle cannot show that you yes only. Oh, yeah, eta. I tell you, what a son of a son that you got or what even, yeah, what it Ella知道吧？这是 case 都那个还有我那种这 case 新呐，有到新海的当中这大 case，我们查那就那你这的什么？把阿子是什么的？把麻烦弄，啊，怪的话那SC，阿罗地的，地的那啥子的那些，啊啥子的那些 COVID-19 啊，喏，现在被包死了，这个男的是给他一拉到。1918 o danne. Spanish flu danne. Maar let daar in Washington or Zolgis, which is net a nonsense. 1918, Nindigi. 1914, World War I campaign behouden de. It daar was that nas wat de Sizaba nas deo. Ah, the mustard gas, taurine gas, but not as Sadavacha. The last sort were fighting 2 wars when they would find out million dollars back. Yeah, that your chemical again. It found its way to indigenous country USA. At the day that night you after the Spanish flu. Take a davanana chemical on yay. It not chemical benaznes. It davanana chemical. Chinese the best see that has what he put in the hand John. At the night your what? Ebony not did any chip on us. So you said thank you, okay. Of whatever virus, it's not a virus, nor it's not a Spanish flu. It's a chemical. It chemical when you breathe it in your lungs. This jatohan, but lungs in the artist virus. Actually, it's not a virus, it's a chemical. I let Washington on is much as matter. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, Shuja. Auto. Thank you. It's always nice, to hear our elders talking this way. Yeah, Shuja. Just everything that you said. And I guess going back to the I'm sorry. Let me who is that? Oh, Lula. Hey, it's good to see you. Shade.
You can hold it. Oh, don't give a politician the mic down there. Yat Eshik Adosh Nakwa no funny. Shady Lula Jackson Esh Ado Yat Eshik Eno Shinigi. Ado di put out a night there, huh? Obahajo Baya. Hinat Ani Yak on after what they Edo, Yada Skito, do had other Yaha. Yes, that nesta. Yeah, go ban Fahajo Bao Nick, the nanny clinicky. Oh, Nash Dajiazan, Nene, Halash and Nash Dajiazan. A Janshi, what on Janito, Janshi, what on Jada just get the sunny Nate, Lenny and Kitski. Nate, now I had edge that had it, no. Dan first, dan ne. I don't know, not any than Lenny, than first, Dort on non kittle costa. Kashi need a na what's a nanny quack of she gaha a killa. Share what I want, his kiss. This the she as the need open need about that. Ado yaha en hana gadon hasan hayatki. Ashin ne yaha ade anta hang zi adla anta. Tatohne. Hot abena neshnat ishin et I yesedo to bahas ada. Nich ahato zotit out. Eben ya adenia. Shutaji it is test nana so. Chapter house one resolution atato ate. What I end I did jetla. No right all touch what out ya resolution atalia. La. They are dead of a car. A core share on this case. Johannet la la. I don't know and I did cry. Be Hoyan that Nashiki. Hoshika. Let community development that's not now. Elizabeth thought every children house is then. Joe Hudan, I don't they share I need that and not Annie Hoya. I don't that Nishita I need that Check my husband. Send out had Ishiba so at then all those in that letter. A call the Navajo Nation bow Nashi put out on Nashiki penalties. Hold then the Nashor has Jotin hinat ani Ilia do ani Yahan Nekeshinat ani no she Nekesne Hashit I but I had it say. Jotin now whole nation policy and procedures then be penalties. As cat now not a quacky then the Nashor as I say could ya Sunday play could I hold it I don't nation son. I don't on the Josh. I don't on so Chene. This son of Kuyana, Nashikita, go bahun Shanson. Ebony na edi Nashaya put I now or put a chance and then ya. Oh, so don't little shit, we need to release that person from chapter coordinator's position. So ya shoda, Tanet lang ko de yaha sanit lekat. Hashet lawyer be sanat less on hit about hot shit or ed open the yeda. Then hit nehan I nego separate chapter don't let hot don't know in class sanata. Hashem ya quite over that at Carlo. Though it had a law by eight, no one six. Though I need say instant. Oh, yeah, Nina, Nashiki. Not in his dog, I say hard as a chapter coordinator. Then send hold out these next stop. So what she had chapter coordinator, chapter development officer now. Liz that who now? Joy, hot out his on me. I don't be shot at Jilena has joy. Nishaha ate on Raiden and hit at the car. Nihinat Annie and I don't want to Janta. Ha, I don't shouldn't have. No, the what Ada. I don't see I needed chapter investigation. Then even Yagon told. Height Edo, height, question. Governor now couldn't and Hadajo, fire, Asian nano clinic. The hot air, a hot answer on the shadow sender. Don't Nana should be, she has you put out on the better part on the now and then. But that Nene, the hot air. Hashman, covered that no, but shot echo. She's the same idol, shot echo. Fire, no, no, has in a hard last I had there, not the snow. I bought this song. Okay, I don't answer 10. Navajo Nation, Bunches Nation, the Naya, Nishan Daniel, Sontis and Down Cow, the Nature Person, not Nessa, the Nature chapter coordinator, Hollow, Bessel, yeah, but just a share in yet or see, yeah, I don't own it is nice thing now. Shadows on neither. Nihinan, yes, yeah, the beaches, so I don't know, the beaches. Austin is even now, which is idole. The common touches. I don't answer, Jay. Nego. Not a hidden now, I hide a John sector. The content hit against the dollar. I could but like on Nisa, people's person. Na jono nice not na story that doing anything. So I would on later was a honey. As not none any edota. I could on a head of Nayahun's and left I should got it. Now slots a lena. Put our body don't actually as a lad, Ella. Don't edole. Then I said then. At Ada had nature, or an unletting on Saturday. Oh, what Ada, Jean what end. Should the Ziala as a sinner. Najana got a yahar or land Kapana, Nahaki Ebena, then Nahasan. So the Yaha a Yoda in no aid. A penalty a shout the snakes and Allah hold. Should the Ziala hold. But how the she got last night car she got don't answer. Sunny to long air continue. As I don't get that day and day. But China Hollow, dear, but China Hollow, the nice any whole number cotton stick. Toys can't even not to a battle. What I shall together. So yet, I don't know. Say ya do hot out there she has a whole load of change. I don't see no about Lossie. Say ya put it out said I put that on. Oh ya squad has joy. Put us here John's on I did out fancy that. Say Quinson. I put out a yoinch she has a share. Oh yeah the snake. A giant how they stand there. I not lesson, zero lesson, so this is the other lesson. I had adolescent. Yeah, those years though, it's not high. Though Mr. Lee Bryan in here though. Yeah, between fifth and fourth lane, I don't know. And fast between the Tam Lee John, again the I don't a so that the question of lay your taught I the banana she your son I Hanson is that but I ben this Joy is not the shot I say I see I had so she your cash so shed gun Hanan is not the son of shadow without educate Gerada, Shenson, put Ella, Doya, Eto, Coesasi, Nato, Nahasquin, Lemmy, Ninzato, Mr. Sam, Akia, Quains, Ado Quenha. Nana get the Aya to Ian, the Lata was kitten there. Ian and the Casto Ebe, that Hayahot, Johot Ella, a co. I had asked that now, since on John and his husband hard la whole just a band at the Johot Erole. A share answer has say, I don't speak Spanish, nanny. A share though, Yahan Navajo Housing Authority. I don't understand, and I would out of best. It's a kitten, then he had me best. Got a jinne, the dini. Astale and Nashaprado. Okay.
Shada, you're gonna create more Jannah. I know I can't non. So with that, since we have no other questions, Jerry, I'll talk to you separate so that we can go ahead and move forward with the agenda. I'm gonna move back to Brian Lee, who works for Senator Ben Ray Lujan. He's gonna give us some information about what the senator has been working on and how we have been working together on projects for Shiprock. 2 big projects for Shiprock. So maybe he'll kind of give you a quick glimpse of that. Brian?
Good afternoon, is it morning? Good afternoon. My name is Brian Lee. I'm the senior field representative for Senator Ben Lujan, who is your senator. We appreciate you all inviting us to be a part of this meeting, this forum, this gathering. It's been a long time since we've been able to get together like this, and I appreciate your patience through the whole year in, staying safe, staying home, and taking care of each other. That's the important thing, because we've lost 1,200 tribal members from Navajo who were lost to this pandemic. I know friends of mine who are my dad's, one of my dad's cousins died from this, and it's been terrible. So thank you for doing what you were able to do in the year that we were under this, and we're slowly coming out. That's going to be hard too. It's going to be hard in coming because, you have to put pants back on, and I had a hard time with doing that this morning. So thank you for allowing me some time to talk about what's going on within the federal government. First of all, I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving, Happy Veterans Day, Happy 4th of July, and better yet, Happy birthday. No one said that to you in a long time. It's been a year. We've never had any of that. And now we're at the farm. Sam, are we going to plow and get ready and put some seed in the ground tonight? I think we're ready. Speaking of seeds in the ground, the federal government recently just passed, and the councilwoman alluded to it, the American Rescue Plan. And for Indian country, this is the single largest investment in Indian country ever. Close to $30 billion is being sent to Indian country because of COVID relief and COVID rescue. For tribal governments, $20 billion out of the $1.9 trillion package is going to tribal governments. $1 billion of that dollars is going to all tribes across the country, and for those who didn't qualify for the amounts of $1 million or more. So tribal governments are guaranteed $1 million. But what the councilwoman alluded to is that $2 billion that's carved out for tribal governments is coming to governments directly. The U.S. Treasury Department has not yet set up the criteria for how to determine where this money is going to go. Senator Lujan wrote a letter to the Treasury Secretary Yellen last week, asking her to use the best information from the tribes about how to divide this money up. So Councilwoman Eugenia is correct. You could get between $1 to $1.8 billion. Navajo alone. The last time we did this, it was 715, close to 714 million dollars. And that's why, you know, some got electric lines, some got water lines, and you all got a check. 1,300 some odd dollars check, right? And you all went to Farmington and spent it. Because I seen you all in town. Even behind the mask, I seen you in town. But we had to make sure, we are making sure the Treasury Secretary uses the best information possible to carve out this money for you all. There are other pots that are going out there. There's $6 billion for Indian Health Service to help with the COVID response, to pay for the vaccinations, to pay for testing, to pay for care. All of that is within their parameters of what they've done. It's as if we're going to put more vaccines out there. We know everybody's not taken care of. I've been double vaccinated. Thank God. Everybody here been double vaccinated? Good, good. Continue to tell your family members to get the vaccine so we can have more meetings like this, so we can get closer to getting together again. The more people we can vaccinate, maybe we can have Shipwreck Fair again this year. I don't want to make that decision, but maybe. It's going to be different, you know that. Another $900 million is going to BIA programs. There was a conference call on Friday, there was a conference call on Thursday, and there's one on Monday. They're already starting the conversations with tribal governments on how to use that money. That's $900 million. And more than $1.1 billion to tribal education, to make schools safer. That not includes the BIE schools here, that includes the universities, Dene College, the school in Crumpwick, Navajo Tech, SIPI in Albuquerque, IA in Santa Fe. All the BIE schools are getting money to help them respond and get rescued from this COVID plan. With all this said and done, there's more than $30 billion spent on tribal governments. And this is the largest amount of money that has gone to tribal governments on a whole from the federal government. So we're going to work hard. We're going to work diligently to make sure that this money gets spent wisely. We're already starting a conversation with tribal council about how it's going to administer its plan. We've already started conversations with foundations, the Gates Foundation, Ford Foundation, about how to leverage more money from their side with this money so we can put up more solar units, more cistern systems within houses, and more electric lines and so forth. We want to make sure that this money goes the furthest. The only problem we have, the senator has openly talked to NTUA and tribal government about this, is that we do not know, they do not know how many of you need electric lines. They don't know how many of you need water lines. They do not know how many of you need internet. They do not know how many of you need gas or butane. So we are having a very heated conversation with tribal government on giving us a true snapshot of the needs out here at Navajo. The senator wants to make sure that we can cover all the bases with the money that's available to this. So in order to do so, we are trying to get an accurate picture of what's going on out here. So many of you know neighbors, friends, relatives, even your own homes that don't have the adequate hookups that you need to utilities. So we're working on that. We need answers. So we're going to press and press hard on tribal governments to make sure they answer our questions. The congressman, or I'm sorry, the senator, it's hard to go from who was a congressman, now is a senator, I keep calling him a congressman. But the senator had a hearing last week with the House Judiciary on the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. We are going to be working harder in the Senate to make sure that we include and expand and extend the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. Many of you have been participants in this program. Many of you have been compensated in this program, and many of you haven't. And we know those who haven't. They have come to us and said, we are not part of this compensation program. But my grandpa was in the uranium mine at Cooperative. My grandpa was at the uranium mine here in Shiprock. We didn't get compensated. So we're making sure that this program gets extended. It's going to expire next year. We're looking to try to extend it 10 more years. We're also looking to pour more money into this because some of these people do not qualify who were working in uranium mines past 1971. So we're working hard to make sure that those groups of people who are not covered in the compensation program get included and get to be a part of the compensation program for the suffering and the pain that they're going through, the cancers they're going through. Gentlemen spoke here about some of the diseases that are going on here. We know that, and we're trying to cover that. Hang on, man, I got a list of things. If I forget it, I'm not going to go back. I'll go to you first. We did have a Senate Indian Affairs Committee hearing on Wednesday. It's online. You can take a look at it. We had the gentleman from Water Resources testify. He couldn't tell us how many people needed water lines. He couldn't tell us how old the water lines were. It was hard for him to tell us the needs here on Navajo Nation. But he said he would get back to us. We've been working with NTUA. We've been working with Water Resources. We've been working with as many tribal entities that has water in their name to give us a true snapshot of that. With that said, we're not going to rest until we understand the full needs of Navajo residents who don't have what other people have. I can go to my house, turn the water on, take a shower with the water on, and I would like that. We would like that. The senator would like that for everybody out here. When we lived out here, when Lula told on me, we were out here, my babysitter over there, we had a bathroom in the house. I remember when they built the bathroom, tub didn't work. We had to put water in the toilet to make it flush. And we had a sink in the bathroom that didn't run water. So I know those needs exist. Even the septic system you guys talked about earlier, we know those are needs. We want to try to do the best we can to cover those needs. And that's essentially why this hearing happened. It's not going to end the conversation. That's just the beginning. It's our first year in the Senate. It's actually the first 3 months of our first year in the Senate. We are also going to introduce the Native American Voting Rights Act, which helps tribal governments pour more money into voting. You and I both know that the long lines to vote in chapter elections, tribal elections, is so hard. The data they don't have at the ready. They also don't have an adequate system to make sure you're registered to vote, both in the state, the federal, and tribal. We want them to integrate the program so you register once, that goes to Santa Fe, that goes to Window Rock, and you're registered to vote. That's where we want to go with this. That's what we're trying to achieve and accomplish. Next, and almost lastly, and I'll get to Eugenia's ask, is the child tax credit. This was included into the ARP. Many of you have children at home, grandchildren at home. Any child under the age of 18 is going to be awarded the child tax credit. As long as they got a social security number, they will be given up to $3,000 in the coming year. The Treasury Department hasn't yet determined how to divvy up this money. So can you imagine how many children you got running around your house? Got a $3,000 tax credit coming to them. It may come monthly, it may become weekly, it may come daily. That will be awarded to that child who has a social security number at that point. And it goes to $3,600 if they're 6 and under. So that's what's coming also as part of the American Rescue Program. Those are just little bits and pieces of what this program does. So a lot of money's coming. A lot of help is on its way. We're also asking you to be a little bit patient about how things are being rolled out. We talked to the governor last week. She told everybody to just take your time. There's no big rush. Everybody's in the same boat. We're all doing this together. You've heard that. It's harder out here. I know that. I've delivered boxes and boxes of gloves, boxes and boxes of masks, water, everything out here to kind of keep you. In fact, I've done my aunt and Newcomb's grocery shopping so she could stay home. I've done my aunts and uncles grocery shopping in Farmington and brought it out here so they could stay home. We're helping each other. I'm so thankful that you all are a part of that. Thank you. So finally, we have on our list of things to work on for this chapter community is the bridge and the judicial complex. Miss Eugenia won't let us rest until that is taken care of. You are blessed to have someone like her to keep that going. I've been to hearings here where they talked about the bridge. And I've been here since Lula said when I was this, I just only grown 2 or 3, 4 feet since Lula seen me last. I'm still the same size. But I remember being at the old chapter house. You know that one where the church is over here? My grandpa Tom used to take me over there. That's why I love government. Because my grandpa took me to the chapter meeting and said, we are taking care of these people. I still do that today. So I will not let this go away. There's a list on the Federal Highway Transportation that has Shipwreck Bridge on it somewhere. I'm going to make sure that happens. The judicial complex, we're going to work with the appropriations process and the earmarking to make sure that stays active and get it done. You do not need to be a community without a jail. And some of you, I don't know if all of you, probably been to that jail. I've been there. I've seen some people in that jail. I was not in jail, but let me tell you this, you don't feel safe not having a jail in your community. You also need adequate public safety. It's hard for you to get on the phone and say, I need the cops to come to my house to help me. And the next one is probably near as far away as probably Crown Point. So we're going to try our best, our hardest to make sure that we can make sure those resources are developed out here and brought out. That's it from the small report that I have. Go ahead.
I am a registered Democrat. I've always voted every election won, and I voted for congratulations on 7 seats now.
Okay. Saya Anthony Peterson shkero nato na tachini aro ki ani e by bashin aro chishidish na aro ashin ashnala oko kweki e by bahziki. I would like to give you a direct take back to Ben Ray Lujan, and one of the things that I can see fundamentally that we could do for our community here in Shiprock would be over here with this bridge. Wouldn't it be nice to have an elevational hydro plant that actually cycles the water as it passes through? And that water, similarly engineered, like the way Farmington has their Black Star hydro plant, it powers their lights for the street lights. So as a community traffic lighting system, as well as the highway light system, it generates enough electricity to just do that. If it does have a little bit of a carryover, you could actually apply those energy credits back to NTUA and subsidize your energy that's being used at the chapter house.
That's a good idea. In
Yeah,
fact,
and I'm not done yet.
okay, let me talk to that point first.
Okay.
We are working actively with the Four Corners Economic Development Council to make sure that we use every resources within the area to make sure we can tap into resources just like you're talking about. They want to retrofit one of the plants out here to do carbon capture. We're going to try to help them with that. And with this also idea, there's a whole list of other things that we could be doing in that vein. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and you know, this is kind of the gateway to Navajo country when they come to Shiprock. They cross that bridge coming into the Navajo Nation. Wouldn't it be nice to have LED light systems on that bridge as a tourist attraction? So, you know, anything that just simply says, welcome to Shiprock electronically, that would be nice. And aesthetically, when the sun goes down, we see that bridge lit up. Why not? If it can run off solar LEDs, that's a total possibility.
When I was working for Mayor Chavez in Albuquerque, one of the things that we put in place, and it was just a simple idea. When I worked at Disney, we make sure we lit up things, we turned them different colors. I-40, I-25, that big interchange right there. You go underneath, it's all lit up. Turns different colors throughout the night too. We just did that just on a whim. Looks nice. People talk about it. And there's another bridge going out towards Gallup. Turns different colors. I don't know why we couldn't bring that here. But
exactly. It's a crime deterrent because if somebody wanted to go over to a Burger King, they could stroll across that with the lighted rail system and see where they're going. And tourists will enjoy, you know, walking across that as well. And it's economically boosts the overall aesthetics of our economic district for that area. So yeah, I'm very much for that. And I would like to express my concerns for you to carry that to Ben Ray Lujan as being one of the things that you could take back. And then the other concern that I have community-based is our uranium evaporative pond out here. That right there is actually infrastructurally related to what is actually a necessity and a danger threat. And something that you said you've earmarked or you know of monies that are designated for uranium issues, rather than trying to pay out reparations for people that majority of are deceased. What about address the situation head on?
Yeah.
How can we get that uranium out of there and clean it up?
There are two buckets within the RECA, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. One is for compensation for people who are affected by uranium mining. The other is cleanup. The other bucket is also being worked on, be retooled and be redirected again. Church Rock is getting cleaned up as we speak. We're hoping that goes away, not from one pile to the next pile on reservation. We want it from one pile out of state, out of the way, off reservation. We're working to do the same thing here in Shiprock.
All right, thank you very much,
Yeah.
sir.
This is where the meetings are being put on. I have not heard anything for the veterans. We have a veteran director over here in Window Rock, not actually working for the veterans. He told us up there in Fruitland Chapter House that he's not going to listen to us. And he said he's not going to listen to anybody but his. So we needed to get housing, but where is it? They're trying to work on the housing policy, and we don't see it. So we have nothing for the veterans. Just wondering what Lujan's going to do about it. Make sure he doesn't pass the buck. I want something done for the veteran here in Shiprock. Either get straight funding from the government to Shiprock. See, the money from the federal goes to New Mexico, and New Mexico does not put that veteran money towards us. It stays in Santa Fe or Albuquerque. We know that there's money that comes from federal to Santa Fe. And again, we don't work with the man up there, director. That's mainly our concern. The other one is the road. We talk about road here and there. The road from Shiprock to State Line towards Cortez. There's a lot of accident.
And that way too, towards the
Yeah,
Capitol.
that way too. There's a lot of accident happening over there towards Cortez. It needs to be addressed. We need to have a 4-lane, I think, because there's a 3-lane, which is deadly road right there, and I don't like it.
Well, regarding the veterans issue, we are doing our best to make sure that any amount of money that comes out here is held accountable. We are making sure that those stakeholders like yourself get the immediate needs that they need. I get calls almost every day from a veteran out here who needs a house, who needs electric line hookups, who needs water infrastructure. But more importantly, we are trying so hard to make sure that there are increases in budgets to make sure that everybody's covered. When we talk about the American Rescue Act and the plan that's in place, $1 billion is coming out here. And I'd like to see some of that money go into veteran services, veteran help, actually, to make sure that we keep you guys safe too. Because in the time of COVID, which we're still in, it's still important to make sure that everybody's kept safe. So you've got a commitment for us to make sure, from the senator, to making sure that everything is directed out this direction, also includes veterans. And regarding roads, the roads money is part of a bigger program, and that's one program I didn't talk about yet, It's a plan from President Biden. It's called the Build Back Better. Excuse me. Some water. It's called the Build Back Better. And it is an infrastructure bill. Roads, schools, buildings, homes. When Donald Trump was in office, we thought he was going to put this forward. It didn't happen. In fact, he was proposing $1.6 trillion. Of that, anybody who participated in that plan had to come up with 60% more of that money. We'd only give you 40%. You'd have to give us 60. You got a deal. That was Donald Trump's plan. Joe Biden's plan, $4 trillion. You don't have to pay us a cent. We give you 100%. And we will build you roads. We will build you homes. We will build you community centers, libraries, schools, etc. That plan is called the Build Back Better. It's got good footing. It's got a good path. We are hopeful that this Congress in the next year can put this forward. In it, we're looking at helping out NAPI. In it, we're looking at building these roads out here. You talked about these roads out here. These are federal highways too. Also, it also talks about building infrastructure, such as the judicial complex. But it'll take it further too by putting policemen in your community and making that better. Also, I know you all need a better fire system out here too. Trust me, I know that. I drove out here, there was a house on the bluff on fire. I wanted to drive over it. It would have taken me go all the way through town, go all the way around to help those people. I know that. I know the challenges we have out here. So watch out for the Build Back Better plan. It's coming. It's more money to the communities. It's more money to tribal governments. It's more money for the resources you need out here. So I thank you for the time you've given me. I don't want to go into this because the more we're out here, you're going to ask for dinner. I didn't bring dinner. So thank you.
Brian, one more question. Virginia, what you listen to this too. I don't know if you remember the old mill over here, McGee. And in that, you're talking about radiation, uranium cleanup. That old water treatment plant right there may be a hot spot. The one the stone one that's right here.
Back in 1966, there was a bad thunderstorm, and from what I found out, that the tailings ponds that were up the canyon, they were an overflow system. They all burst, and it contaminated that water treatment plant. And at that time, they just said that the filtering system had muddied up. I remember they passed out parachute pans for us to use for clean drinking water. At the same time, they started an emergency water line from Farmington to Shiprock to get us clean water. And all this time, I kind of suspected something like that had happened until I met a lawyer who was involved in the Kansas City, Colorado permit case. And what had happened, they did admit in a deposition that the mill that spill had happened, just like Church Rock. It had happened,
but yet, nothing was done about it. I remember my high school teachers, when I would talk to them, they would say all the people in Farmington were telling them the community of Farmington do about this, but they were saying don't drink the water in Shiprock. And then as time went on, when Russell was the council delegate, I did let Russell Begay know about this incident, and he said that he had, been swimming in the river when it got muddy and all this stuff. He had been playing down there as a young man. So during the Gold King Mine spill, I guess he met with the EPA, regional director. And she did admit that there was a spill, so she sent him a document. But this document said in 1960. So in other words, there was 2 spills, which the Navajo public here in Shiprock do not know about. So the other day I seen a worker at that NTUA inside there. So I went to him and I told him, I said, this may be a hot spot. You need to talk to your people. You guys need to get a Geiger counter and maybe check inside that building because you guys might be working in a hot spot.
Yeah, I'd be more interested in talking to EPA about what they found in 1960. Because if that happened and nothing's been done about it, it'd be interesting to see what they're going to say about it today.
Well, there is a document sent to Russell when he was president.
I'll ask for it. I'll look out for it.
Okay, and then find the 1966 one too.
Okay, thank you.
And but get in touch with Eugenia.
Yes.
And because I want this to be her.
There's not a week goes by that I don't talk to her or him. Sometimes him because I can't get a hold of her. And God bless them. I was very, very, very afraid when they were sick that we're going to lose them. I prayed and prayed. I prayed for a lot of people out here who were sick. I got sick. It's not fun. Go ahead. You had one more. Oh, behind you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lujan.
What's your name?
Hi, I'm Bernarda Bessemet.
Okay, and you're from here.
Oh, Brian Lee, I'm sorry. I have a question. Since Madam Holland is sitting in the White House, and we talk about sovereignty in our Navajo Nation and probably all the tribes in the United States about sovereignty, then why are we not pushing the issue on constitutional rights for Native Americans? Because we don't have any rights. We don't have any say on what happens on our reservations, because then the government steps in and they have the say when the people continue to suffer. What will you do for us as you're in office at this time? And what are you doing to help us Native Americans while Madam Holland is in office?
Secretary Holland is a good friend of mine, is a good friend of the senator. She recognizes the need for a lot of tribes. In fact, one of her first calls, before she even called the president to thank him for the job, she called on tribal reporters to have a news conference with them. And it was very impressive that she could welcome that and do that. We've had several calls with Secretary Holland since that. She has a very strong heart for what's out here. In fact, I don't know if you know this, she used to live out here. Her father worked at the old hospital. She lived here for 6 years. She knows my uncles, my aunts and uncles from the farm over there. So I've known her. She's known my family. She knows what Shiprock is all about. She will not forget her time here. But this goes also to another thing. Senate Indian Affairs Committee just had a hearing on 2 bills. I can't give you the numbers because I forget, because I'm old now. I'm older than Lula now. The bill is correcting a lot of federal laws on books that worked and that were very racist. I'll say that here. I'll say it in DC against Native Americans. The case in point, there's a federal law. You can be going to federal penitentiary for 1 year if you pay a Native American who's intoxicated. How many of you knew that was against the law? It's still against the law. You could go to penitentiary, you go to federal jail if you pay a Native American who's drunk. There's another law that says federal government can come here and force you into labor. They can round you up, make you go build your highway that you need without paying you. And that's still on the books. And there's another law, and you all know this one. They can take your children from you. That's still on the books. So we are working with the Indian Affairs Committee on these corrective bills. And we know the plight it is out here. And this bill had its first hearing, got through Senate Indian Affairs. There's two bills, there's two pieces of legislation. So we're working hard to make sure we correct those things. We've also had a conversation with Secretary Holland about this. So just so you know, there are little things coupled into bigger things that help us move the direction you want to go in. And we know that. And we also allow tribes room for self-government too. They have the ability to make their own laws. We respect that. Senator Lujan could come in here and says, I need you to spend this $1.8 trillion in Shiprock alone. And we need roads, water lines, everything here in Shiprock. We don't do that. We will never do that. We let tribal government make their own rules, their own laws, and spend their money like they should so fit. They may not spend it, but we let them do what they need to do. So I'm hopeful we can get to a place in time in the next 4 years, next 8 years of the Biden administration, where we don't have to have these conversations. I think that's all my time. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for allowing me to be out here. I know it's long and coming. We will have more sessions like this. I can guarantee that. Well, I'm still looking for office space. I don't have an office. You have to call DC to get a hold of me. I'm sorry for that. I'd like to build an office, get an office, find an office here in Shiprock so I can be closer to home. So I can know when a bridge is being built, when roads are getting built, or when Sam is done getting his corn out here so I can get some. So please, thank you for all that you do. Again, stay safe, keep safe, stay home.
Thank you, Brian. Aro Shaja, if you have a question, then you can talk to Brian. So we're going to move on really. This next part of the agenda should move very quickly. The first one, BIA roads. This is the update that I got. I met with BIA on February 17th, 2021. BIA transferred all of their roads in the Shiprock community and in every community on the Navajo Nation. They transferred the roads to Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. But they forgot to transfer one road. What is it called? A neighborhood road in Shiprock, and that is Indian Village. They forgot to transfer that. So right now We had a long meeting the whole entire year of 2019, trying to figure out who owns the road at Indian Village. Indian Village has been on the road's priority list for almost 14 years to get that road fixed. We finally found out it was BIA. It took Chile sitting down, me sitting down, BIA sitting down, Navajo Nation Department of Transportation sitting down. When we finally found out it's BIA. So what happened was we were holding BIA to it and we're saying, fix the road. So they did. They fixed the road. They couldn't pave it because the road is not wide enough. And then there's some people that don't want to give up the right of way to their yard. So, but I should say they did fix it. The problem with that road is the entrance. So right here is 7 to 11, right? And then this way it goes to Farmington. This entrance right here, what we call the main entrance. This Indian Village is where I grew up. The main entrance to Indian Village, they forgot to transfer that. So technically that road, actually they did transfer it. They transferred it to Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. So it's funny because BIA fixed all the roads, but they didn't fix that one there. So we're waiting on the NDOT to fix that part of Indian Village. Signs are going to be going up if they haven't already. The signs are going to be slow down, the speed limit sign, children at play. They're also, BIA is going to be starting this spring. They're going to put in a concrete dip section. What that means is, and I didn't know this, apparently it's against the law to have speed bumps or speed humps. So, I mean, and I didn't even know there was a difference between a speed bump and a speed hump. A speed bump, I think, is the height, so it's a little higher, and a speed hump is a little wider. So we see that around, on the roads. So apparently that's against the law. You can't build that anymore because ambulances can't go through. It's too high, and so it hits the bottom. So what they're doing now is they're putting in what they call a dip section. And that's where you see on roads, they have like a little groove. And it looks kind of like here's the road and then it goes down. So BIA will be working on that this spring. They'll also be maintaining the blading on the road. And then they're just waiting for NDOT to fix that portion of the road. Yes, Anthony. Yes, thank you, Anthony. It's always good to bring humor. Yes, I think that's what we call potholes, right? We got plenty of them here. But that's the update on Indian Village. Salt Creek Wash Road in 5071. That is the road. If you drive down here on Mesa Farm Road, you drive down and there you pass the Salt Creek Wash Bridge right on your right-hand side, right where a few years ago they had that mudslide. Do you guys remember that? So right on your right-hand side, that road that connects to 491, that is also BIA road. They graded that. It was graded during the first quarter on October 20th, 2021. So it's going to be graded 4 times a year. So they just recently did the grading on that road. Salt Creek Wash, remember going where I said right where the road is, where the bridge is? That's the Salt Creek Wash. That area was filled with water. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to remove the water from it. And there's a project where they're going to be putting in, I think it's called Gabion baskets. And that's supposed to help with flooding. So in that area, they're going to start working on that again, hopefully this spring, and it'll take about 6 weeks to complete. So that was Salt Creek Wash is getting addressed. The last one, and this is the one I've been on top of BIA about, is we need to get the Mesa Farm Road restriped. So BIA, their machine broke down, so they contracted out the work. And that contract is currently in the award phase. So depending on the weather, hopefully this spring, they'll start restriping that road all the way down. Are there any questions about BIA roads? Okay. Next one, we have the roads, the state road. The state road is actually the intersection here right by the flea market. That one was fixed and it was completed this past July. So we saw the construction going on out there. I pushed for those fundings. The problem is that they only had enough money to do what they fixed there, but we need concrete under that intersection. And we're already starting to see the grooves. I don't know if you guys have felt that. When a diesel is driving through that intersection and it's hot, it creates those grooves in the road. So what I'm trying to do with State of New Mexico now is, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the at the Sunray Park and Casino, you know how they're that big old intersection, how they just recently redid that. We're trying to do something similar here for that intersection. But I'm just glad that they did fix that intersection, because I don't know if you guys remember, it was very, very bumpy. But that part of it has been fixed from the State of New Mexico. Then the road that goes along Shiprock High School all the way to the Arizona state line, that road is going to be expanded. It was supposed to start this spring, but we're 1 year behind. So New Mexico Department of Transportation, we had a meeting on March 22nd, 2021. They got $71.6 million to fix that road over a 6-year period. So there's going to be, I believe it's 6 phases. So the first phase is to, I think they're doing the design. Right now, 30% of the design stage has been completed for phase 1, and it's set to be completed by the end of July. That project is going to start from the intersection all the way to the Arizona state line. It's supposed to be, but because it's still in design, the plan is to expand it to a 3-lane. And then they're also going to replace the Shiprock Wash Bridge. So that's part of that project. And again, they're hoping to start July of 2022. So that should increase jobs here for all of us here in the Shiprock area. Are there any questions about the state roads? Jerry?
Happen. But if you put concrete again, it's going to buckle up, because concrete, that's the problem. Anything we built on concrete, even the buildings, when it crack, it's not a good place to do anything. It's like that all over here on the bottom, Shiprock. Oh, what that?
Thank you, Jerry.
I just have a question. Who do I go to about the hogback highway? Some of the turnoff to the residents, the cattle guards are breaking apart, and on the side they have those people have been bumping into, and then some of the gates are missing, like stolen. Who do I go to?
What I can do is I'll have my assistant give you one of my cards, and you can email me, and then I can forward it to Department of Transportation for Navajo Nation and find out who owns the road. And then we can go from there. But at least they'll know that that needs to get addressed as well. Does that work? Okay, good.
Oh, I got one more.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I talked to one of the state workers on the highway about the hopback. So now, you see the rock. Yeah. One of these days, that thing's going to come down and kill somebody. I told one guy that I guess he's working on the road department. He says we keep watching it. I don't know. He watches it at night or, you know. I think they need to do something with that rock. The with the vehicle that hit you, blast that piece off. It's cracked. If you guys notice it, it's cracked. I'm glad they need to do something. New Mexico State, it's a state highway.
Okay, I will pass that information on to Representative Allison. I did invite Representative Allison to come out to give a report and then also to hear what the concerns are. But he declined and said he was going to be at church. But I'll let him know. I'll send him an email and let him know that. Okay. The next one is Navajo Department of Transportation. The only project that they have going on in Shiprock is the Mesa Farm Road. So that's the one that we were talking about earlier. The only thing that they have that they listed on their report was that the Mesa Bluff Farm Road is set for grading, drain, and also chip seal. But as Mr. Joe Ben stated, he doesn't want chip seal. If the community doesn't want chip seal on that road, again, the resolution has to be passed so that we can try to find money for paving. But maybe it's a good thing because the federal, and I think Brian talked a little bit about that. They're working on an infrastructure legislation at the federal level. Part of that infrastructure legislation is to allow for projects to move forward so that they can, rebuild the economy. And a part of that is roads. So maybe there's money there. I will certainly look into that, but they haven't passed that bill yet. But I will certainly look into it to see if we can pay that and why that's not an option. This was coming from DOT when they said, that the chip seal was gonna happen. But I will look into that. Cheryl, do you have that down?
And we're willing to put relinquish parts of our farm to allow for that road to be built. I'm willing to.
Okay. Again, we can bring that up. I actually want to have a separate meeting with the people who live down the Mesa Farm or the Bluff Road to have a meeting with them to update them and find out what they need. Remember, we also have ARPA money coming down. So maybe that's what we can do is pull ARPA money to try to get that project going.
We're going to try to get a resolution when I was trying to put together a resolution so you guys know what we and pop out in the process.
Well, let's start working on that because we have the ARPA funding coming down. For the Shiprock chapter roads, there's a legislation that the Shiprock chapter, a resolution that Shiprock chapter passed. This resolution was given to me by Larry Joe, but I don't know what I did with it. Normally, when people give me documents, I usually put them in a binder. And that's kind of how I keep track of all of my information. Kind of like how I have my Title 26 for chapter, what the rules and the laws are. And then this is also my citizen binder. So anything dealing with citizen, I put it in this binder. And so Larry gave me a copy of that resolution. That resolution is important because it tells Shiprock community said these are our roads and here are the priorities. We want this road fixed. We want this road second. We want this road third. It became a problem during the budget, during the fall for the chapter, because, and I kind of got into a disagreement with our chapter officials about this, because they're trying to change the priority. So I reminded them that there's a resolution in place that Shiprock community, the people were the ones who said, these are the priorities. So I did ask Larry to send me that resolution, and he hasn't sent it yet, but I just asked him for it yesterday. I was going through my stuff. I thought I had it, but I didn't have it. But there is a resolution in the Shiprock chapter for the roads. In addition to that, Larry submitted a road improvement list that has the roads that are ready to be worked on. So right now what we have is 3rd lane, 4th lane, East Mesa Road, School Road, Indian Village, North Gravel Road, and then also it says across Northern Medical School, Bus and Residential. So Larry gave me a report of all of the roads here in Shiprock, and that's what we're going to be working on. Again, trying to figure out, where are we going to get funding to try to fix these roads? So that's where we're at with the Shiprock roads. Are there any questions about roads? None? Oh. Yeah.
Buddy, to go through there and grade that main ditch canal on the south side of the highway. That would help a lot of the community members that live along that canal, because there's some of them that have vehicles that can't even pass that road there. And that road is probably just east of Franny Kiefer's where she lives, and it gets really bad through there. It's not even passable. So I was wondering if you could maybe take a drive through there and assess that road, and maybe there's something that you and Senegon can get together and do something about. And it's really sad that I have to go out of my own community and ask Shiprock to help me in Hogback.
Yeah, I'll be happy to drive that road if you want to drive it with me, so you can show me where the bad roads are.
Yes, and I can give you my number. We can get together and we can go do that.
Let's do that.
I would like to do that.
And then I'll let Delegate Rick Naz know, and maybe he'd want to join us, and then we can write a report and get that going.
Absolutely. That sounds like a good plan.
Thank you. And you have my card, right?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I need your card.
So if you want my card, it has my cell phone number on there. Just put your hand and Shirley will come and deliver it to you. Shema? Oh, card. Shaja?
Shiprock chapter, you farmers do your own ditching, don't you? Even the main ditch. That's what they told me. So I think they need to do something with that chapter official.
Okay.
That road needs gravel or something to absorb that clay. So once we put maybe a sand layer in there and some gravel, because that sand will make that clay and it'll absorb it to break it down. And if we do that with gravel, I think that road will be passable. After we grade it and fix it that way, that could be laid down, because it's been done before. Not saying it wouldn't help, especially when we get these bad rainstorms and the snow.
Yeah.
Boy, it's impassable. I lost a couple of tires on that. Even I have an HHR, the front wheel drive. I had to get that fixed because I had to tread through that mud.
Okay, I will certainly let, like I said, Rick Naz know. And then, maybe we can go out there and take a look at that. All right. Okay, so next item on the agenda, I lost my agenda somewhere.
Hotel.
Okay, next one on the agenda, hotel. Oh, go ahead.
We access that road on a rainy day. Right, you see on it. Oh, then you know where to run out or where it floods. Yeah.
Okay. Again, if you have your roads that need to be looked at, again, just let me know. You guys have my card. You have my cell phone number. Sometimes I will admit that you'll call me and I won't answer, but usually I'll say I'm in a meeting. If you're okay with texting, text me. Then we can set up some time. Eva calls me all the time, and I feel really bad because then I have to always tell her I'm in a meeting. Can I call you back? I will tell you that most delegates, our meetings start at 7:00 in the morning. And we usually get done sometimes if we're at Nabikietske or we're at council, we'll get done at midnight. So that's kind of, how much time we're in Winter Rock. So I apologize. If you can text me, I will come out and I will try to help you. Shiprock Hotel. Finally, we're getting to Shiprock Hotel. So there was $8.3 million given to from the permanent trust fund given to the Shiprock Hotel. It was supposed to take 5 years to build. So 5.5 was given the second year, and then 2.8 was given the third year. We partnered with gaming, with Navajo Nation Gaming. And Navajo Nation Gaming was supposed to lead the project for the Shiprock Hotel. The location is right on the bottom of Chief Hill as you're going south. Shot that right there. It used to be the old BIA, storage, right across from Wells Fargo. That's where that hotel is supposed to be built. They were supposed to start this last spring, but we ran into some problems. The first one was that the land was transferred over. BIA sent a letter to President Nez back on September 20th of 2019. And BIA said, okay, President, everything is ready. We're ready to transfer the land. And there was no response. It's still sitting on President Nez's desk. We just found out this month. So he got it in September of 2019. And there was no movement on that. So that was the first issue that we ran into. That land needed to be transferred. But then they found out, BIA never owned the land. That land was always Navajo Nation's land. So they said, you guys, Navajo Nation Gaming, need to withdraw the land. So just this month, gaming barely started to withdraw the land. And a lot of it was because that letter wasn't acted on. So we basically lost 1 year because of the land withdrawal issue. So now, this is where it gets interesting. Shiprock and Shanto both got money for their hotel. Can anybody tell me why Shiprock and Shanto both got money for a hotel? Mr. Nez is from Shanto. Mr. Nez was vice president at the time. Who was president at the time here? Russell Begay. So there's 2 hotels that are going at the same speed with building a hotel, Shanto and Shiprock. Somehow Shiprock got left in the dirt. So we're working to try to get that going. Speaker has taken it upon himself, and he said, okay, let's get this Shiprock Hotel going. You guys have been waiting too long for a hotel. So right now, we are working to get it done. We have support. Delegate Otto So is a big supporter. constantly saying that Shiprock, give them their hotel. They've been waiting. We do have some support, but we also have some delegates that don't support this project. And they're saying it's been way too long, Shiprock, give that money back. So I turned it around and I said, okay, if we give our money back, Shanto has to give their money back too, because they were done at the same time. But then no response on that. So just know that I am working hard to keep our Shiprock Hotel. 2 weeks ago, we were in Phoenix. I got called to an emergency meeting in Phoenix because of the permanent trust fund money and because of the Shiprock Hotel. So I went out there. We had a meeting. We talked about it. It was we talked about the permanent trust, the money, where all of that money is going. And like I said, speaker right now is working on that. So let me tell you about the hotel. I don't know if you guys know about the hotel. Okay, the hotel, it's going to be a AAA 3-diamond property. Navajo design, and it's going to have Navajo design and culture infused into it. It's also going to be 80 rooms, but this is where some of the delegates who support the Shiprock Hotel are saying, is that going to be enough? Is 80 rooms going to be enough for Shiprock? Because Shiprock is a big town and, it seems like there's a bigger need. So they're going to go back and they're going to look at that. But right now it's set for 80 rooms. There's going to be a welcoming lobby. They're going to serve a breakfast for hotel guests only, but they're also looking to see if that will be turned into a full service restaurant, which would include breakfast, lunch, and evening hours that would be open to the public. It's going to have an indoor pool, a fitness center, meeting rooms, and a laundry. So right now, the market study is being done. And then at the same time, they're withdrawing. That's why I shot those big silver BIA buildings across from Sinclair. That's why they cleared that whole land, was because that's where the hotel is going to go. So we at least got the clearing done. In addition to that, that whole BIA complex, the buildings behind Wells Fargo, we're working to clear out that whole area as well. What we're hoping to do is turn that whole area into a business section, because that river is just right there. So that's the plan right now. But the first stage is the hotel. And right now, we do have I believe I said 8.3 million is what we have in the from the permanent trust fund, but we are still lacking funds. So gaming was supposed to help with those funds, but because the casinos were shut down during the pandemic, all of the gaming revenue that was supposed to go into this hotel, it's gone. So this is what we talked about again in Phoenix. So what gaming said is, right now we don't have very much capital, but if we remain open at 50%, we should be increasing the capital as long as the casino opens at 50%, and it hopefully should take a few months. So that, I'll come to you. So the 8.3 million from the permanent trust fund was supposed to be added in with the gaming's capital. So right now we don't have gaming's capital right now, but they're working on it right now to try to get that capital back. So when we're talking about gaming, I know there was a controversy. People were saying shut down gaming, we don't need gaming anymore. these are some of the projects that gaming is trying to help with. And I know that, you know, I don't gamble. I don't go, you know, the only time I go to a casino is to eat. I've never been to Las Vegas, never wanted to go, never had a desire to gamble. just like you, huh? But I know that it's important for gaming in this area because either us or our children, or maybe our grandchildren work at the casinos. So with the gaming, I do support the gaming part of it because of the jobs and because I know what it means to the Shiprock Hotel and then all of the other projects that gaming was supposed to be helping with. So, you know, there's so many other things too, but the most important thing for me as a delegate is we have jobs that are right there, Hogback and Farmington. And so, you know, we like that was the reason why I support gaming. So I know that that's disappointing for some of you, but, you know, like I said, you know, I don't gamble. I'm not there. You know, I would rather choose to spend my money elsewhere. So, you know, just know that. Yes.
Third perspective, seeing from the inside of that whole house, how do we represent ourselves? Do we think structures around there with curved to see? We face it real high, so where we see it over that.
Yeah. Well, and that's part of that whole design. So when they're putting together the design of the hotel, they're going to come back to us and they're going to say, Shiprock, what do you guys want to see in that hotel? So that's where we're going to get to have that input. We're going to be a part of that when we design that hotel. Yes.
Let's utilize that. We can do river tours from Hogback. We got a place there that can launch the rafts into the river on San Juan from Hogback, come all the way down and then port here under the bridge or around the bridge area. And that would be an adequate tour with the visitors that come to see our Shiprock and, you know, our visitors here. And that's something like Colorado has done. And it brings in a lot of revenue. I mean, we got San Juan College, we got young students here, a lot of them, Danae, that go into the recreational departments there. And if you work with them, they can bring their rafts down and you can work something out and they can do raft tours. And that would be something that I think you guys could incorporate to bring in a revenue for here.
And that's the kind of vision that, you know, that we're looking at. So it is a big expansion. You know, it's not only covering the Shiprock area, but it goes up further. Just know that, you know, when it comes time, of course, I'm going to announce it, that, you know, we need to come together as a community to start building, you know, how do we want to see our hotel? What do we want out of it? You know, what are we looking at? What kind of businesses do we want around that? So that's going to be coming up. So thank you. And I hope that I see you at that time. Yes. Okay. Any other questions about the hotel? Oh. Yes. So they did, that's what the study is they're looking at everything, like what goes on. So we know that there's movie producing that goes on here. We have the Shiprock Fair that goes on here. We also listed on there the marathon, because that brings in a lot of our runners from all over the country. So we're looking at everything. And we've already made that argument that Shiprock needs it for these reasons. We'll talk about the Shiprock Fair here, the fairgrounds here shortly. Did anybody else have a question over here? Are you guys good? Okay. All right. Next thing on the agenda is the Shiprock Judicial Complex. The Shiprock Judicial Complex, as many of you know, it has been, oh gosh. So in 2019, when I came in as a council delegate, the first thing that I did was I invited Representative Ben Ray Lujan. He was a representative at that time, but now he is a senator. Representative Ben Ray Lujan came out and he toured the facility. We learned that this facility, Winter Rock knew that this facility had to be shut down and it had to be replaced. They learned about this in 2010. So keep in mind 2019, so it was 9 years after. The building was built in 1959. And what happened was in 2010, they found severe environmental and safety conditions, and the sanitation permit was not allowed. They found mold, lead, and asbestos throughout the whole building. So what we did was, what happened was there was a chapter resolution 815-2217 SHP that gave 19.8 acres of land, formerly where that Boys and Girls Club up here, up on top of the hill. So that whole area was given for the Shiprock Judicial Complex. Then they demolished the building. And then in December of 2018, council passed a legislation that allowed for a medical examiner's department to be built there at the judicial complex. So what that means is right now, when we, and I hate to say this, I know I'm probably going to get in trouble for talking about this. Shema, excuse me. Shija, excuse me. When we have deaths that happen, the autopsy, we send our people out to Albuquerque to have their autopsy done. And it costs the nation thousands of dollars. So what council said is, well, why are we sending our people out? Let's do it here. So that's what that medical examiner's department is going to be here at the judicial complex. All of that happened before I became a council delegate. So in 2019, I brought Representative Ben Ray Lujan here in person. He toured the jail. He asked all of these questions. And what he did is he went back to BIA and he said, BIA, what are you doing about that facility? In the meantime, we reached out to the state of New Mexico and we said, New Mexico, we need help building this building. But then we found out that there's a form, it's called the ICIP form. That's where the chapters ask the state for money. It wasn't done. The chapter didn't do it. It wasn't submitted. So when I came in as a delegate, that was what I asked. What is your ICIP listing? Where is it at? It wasn't done. The chapter coordinator, we don't know why she didn't fix it or why she didn't complete it, but it wasn't done. So when I went to Santa Fe, I sat down with Senator John Pinto. And that's the first thing he said. Remember, Shiprock, how much money are you guys going to give back to us? You know, he was teasing because Shiprock has given back so much money to the state of New Mexico. So I did tell him that Senator John Pinto by clan is Shija. So I sat down, Otto, I told him, Shija, Senator John Pinto, our jail, I need help with that. That's when I found out that that list wasn't submitted. So he said, I can't help you because that list wasn't submitted. So one whole day we went around, we talked to different people, you know, they kept telling us, nope, you guys missed the deadline. Nope, it's too late. Nope, there's nothing we can do about it. We went to one person who finally, we explained to them what happened. And so this person, maybe they were in a good mood. Thank goodness they said, okay, we'll accept your project. Only one though, only one. Whereas normally your chapter can submit multiple projects, but they said, we're only going to admit one. I said, I'll take it. I ran back to Window Rock. I asked speaker, I need your help. I need to get this project on that list. So what Speaker Damon, President Naz, and Chief Justice Jane, what they did is they came together, they wrote a letter and they said, this is a nation's priority. That's how we were able to get $3.15 million for that judicial complex. That was probably, it was, I guess in a way, it was a little bit embarrassing for me because I felt like I was begging for something, but I felt good once we got the money because it's going to the jail. So after that, I went to Washington, D.C. twice just for that jail. We were able to sit down. We got BIA to sit down with us. And what BIA does is they have a list. BIA controls the money that's coming into Department of Public Safety for our police officers. So we got BIA to add that project to the list. They said it verbally. That's one thing. If you work in politics, when people say things verbally through their mouth, it usually doesn't mean very much. That's when you say, I want it on writing. I want it in writing. Right. So BIA said that they would go ahead and get the facility on the replacement list. Right after that, I introduced legislation at the Navajo Nation level, 0182-19. It went through Law and Order Committee. It went through Budget and Finance. It got to Nabikiatske and they tabled it. And what happened was a lot of delegates at that point said, hey, I need a police station built in my community. Hey, I need a fire station. Hey, over here, I need a command center. How come you're the only one that's getting this money for your community? So I said, okay, let's do a work session. So we all came together on January 10th, 2020, and there were 11 facilities that were identified that have to be built on the Navajo Nation. So originally I was asking for $66 million for this command center here in Shiprock. After the other delegates added on what they need in their community, it went up to $329,668,445. That's a lot of money. So then, I thought, okay, we just need to regroup. We need to figure this out. So then the pandemic hit right at that moment. And of course, Washington shut down. They weren't hearing anything other than the pandemic. But even through that, while I was working through, I found some funding sources, which is positive. The first one is called a 105L lease program. What that is basically the BIA saying, Navajo, if you build it, we're going to rent it from you. For as long as that building stands, we're going to rent it to you, which means if Navajo Nation gives us the original $66 million that we're asking for, that money can be put back into the Navajo Nation over time. So that's one good news. So I had a meeting with BIA on January 8th, and we talked about this. So what BIA said is, one, I need you guys to do a video or a picture of your jail. And then we need you to send that to us so that we can get you on the 105L lease program as an option. So I reached, Tim here is going to be helping me. They have a video crew that's going to be coming out, and we're going to be doing a video on the police station. The next thing is ARPA funds. That's the federal money that's coming in, the $1 billion to the $1.7 billion. We could also use that towards the judicial complex. But again, it's going to need Navajo Nation Council's approval, and it's going to have to be signed off by the president. And then on top of that, we came back and we said, okay, So we have two options. The next option is the earmarking. What that means is a long time ago, senators could say, okay, hey, I need $70 million to go to Shiprock. And then they write their laws and all this money comes down and that 70 million has to go to Shiprock. That they did away with that years ago. But now because of the COVID, they brought it back. So Senator Ben Ray Lujan, and Brian was teasing, you know, when he was saying, there's not a day that goes by, because I call him every day. And I tell him, Brian, where are we at with earmarking? We need those projects. We identified 2 projects. The first project, number 1 project, is to replace the bridge. That one I think is around 6 million. The second project is the police station to get that built. It's called the Judicial Complex. So it'll be a police station, a detention center, and it'll also be for the courts. If you go through Crown Point, you see that big old judicial complex that's outside of Crown Point. That's what we're asking for. If you go to Kayenta, you see that brand new building. That's what we're asking for. You go to Chinle, they have the same thing. That's the exact same thing we're asking for Shiprock. Shiprock is the largest community on the Navajo Nation. We are the only community. Department of Public Safety serves 3 states, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. Window Rock only serves 2 states, New Mexico and Arizona. Crown Point serves 1 state, New Mexico. So there is a need for them to build it here. I also went to Arizona to ask them for help. Senator Mark Kelly is trying to help because his people in Northern Agency are affected by this. I went to Utah last year and I asked when I went to the Capitol, we asked them for funding because we also serve Aneth, Montezuma Creek. That's how far our police officers go out. So we're also looking for state funding. So when you hear about me being in these different places, it's because we're trying to get money to try to help either the Navajo Nation or the community. On April 2nd, the Shiprock Detention Center, how many of you guys know that it's shut down completely? It's not operating. So what that means is our police officers they're answering calls, they're arresting people, and they have to take them either to Kayenta or to Crown Point. So last Saturday at 11 o'clock at night, Chief Francisco called me and he said, we need help. Can you help us? I said, I listened to what he had to say. I said, yeah, let's go ahead and let's schedule a meeting. Let's get on top of this. So right now, what the proposal is that Chief Francisco gave us some options. And he's saying, 1, let's let Navajo Nation buy me a transport van and let me hire some transport drivers. Because when an officer arrests somebody here in the Shiprock community and they have to transfer them to either Kayenta or to Crown Point, it takes 3 hours on average because they have to drive from here out to the next community. Then they have to book them, fill out paperwork, do their police report. And then as soon as they're done, they come back here. So that means that we lose an officer here in the Shiprock community on average between 3 to 4 hours if somebody is arrested. So what Chief Francisco said is, if you guys buy me a van and we hire, then we'll keep the officers here in the community and the transport drivers can transport them out to these different communities. So that's one option. The second one is they have holding pods in Tuba City. So I will probably be traveling to Tuba City in the next week or so to see what those holding pods look like so that we can transfer those pods here to Shiprock. That way, when people get arrested here in Shiprock, they can sit in those holding pods. That's what they were designed for. The third option is there's some portable buildings that were bought by Department of Public Safety And so they're saying, let's transfer those portable buildings here to Shiprock and let's turn them into little jails. We're looking at that as well. The last option is to work with Toyak. So if somebody gets arrested here in Shiprock, they can be taken to Toyak jail. So we have to work with BIA on that. So we're setting up a meeting with BIA to discuss that option. So that's where we're at with the Shiprock Judicial Complex. We do have money that's already been found. They're already working on the designs. Daryl Junes Joe is the woman who is spearheading this project. And I will tell you, you know, Daryl, I've been working with her since I became a delegate because of that judicial complex. And I can say that I'm very amazed at how much information she knows about what that complex is going to take. So, but the problem is the elected officials, they said, we're going to do away with the committees. So that's the committee that Daryl sits on. So we don't know who's going to take over the judicial complex. So I just asked her if she could stay on that project until we actually start moving on it. So that's where we're at. Are there any questions? Yes. Yes, the question is, can the community pass a resolution to keep Daryl Junes Joe on the project? Yes, you can. Because she, from the very beginning, I think she's been involved in this project since 2000, and I believe it's 2017 when they started finding out and moving this along. So she has been on the project, and I would really appreciate it if you guys could do that to keep her on. Yeah. I agree. I think we need to keep Daryl on that project listing. Okay, so I'm going to move down to the next item on the agenda, and that is, keep losing my agenda. What's the next item? Housing. So Shiprock Housing. Each of you have a copy of the Shiprock resolution that was passed regarding the housing. During this pandemic, I got so many calls about housing. People's homes, you know, they needed help with it. We also learned that what this term, it's called there's transgenerational homes. What that means is you might have a home, your kids live with you, then your grandkids live with you. That's a multi-generational home. So what happened is a lot of people were going to the chapter and they were asking for housing assistance. The chapter wasn't offering it, which is why I asked for that housing policy. You guys have that in your agenda. The housing policy says that there's supposed to be a housing committee. This housing committee is supposed to be getting applications in when you ask for a house or when you ask for help. They look at it and then they're supposed to vote on it. And that's how you know where, you know, if you're going to get funding for homes. But that's not happening. I found out that it only one person is deciding this. And that's Michelle at the chapter house. Even though we have a housing policy in place, it's not being followed, which is why I made copies for all of you so that you know the housing policies are in place. Are there any questions about the housing policy? Okay, see, we're moving along very, very quickly. All right, and then the next one is Shiprock chapter equipment. Shiprock chapter received some money to buy some equipment. The equipment that they purchased was they requested a 2021 Chevy Silverado 350 HD that cost $58,219. They also requested a 4,000-gallon tank with accessories, which cost $174,541.92. They requested a forklift, $88,750.95. They requested a backhoe, $115,999. In the justification letter, the Shiprock officials said that this is what Shiprock wants. They also said that as a chapter, they delivered over 10,000 masks, 100,000 pounds of food, 10,000 gallons of water to the Shiprock community and to the Northern Agency. So that was their justification for asking for the Chevy Silverado, the water tank, the forklift, and the backhoe. So what I did was I held a meeting on January 6th with the community members. There were about 20 individuals who called in. This meeting was announced on KNDN and Facebook. What the farmers, it was all farmers, what they asked for was an excavator, a crawler, dozer, and a steer loader. They also asked for machines to help clean out the ditches. So what I did was I included that. When I did that, I got pushback from the chapter officials again. And what they said is, we didn't ask for that. And so thankfully it was voted on, and there was some delegates. I don't know if the chapter officials reached out to them, but there were 3 delegates who made it really hard, but we got it through. And so now Shiprock has an excavator, and it costs $74,094. A crawler dozer, $203,838, and a steer loader, $56,710. That is the money that the Navajo Nation used to buy for the chapter. So now as a chapter, you all get to decide how much are you guys going to charge people to rent that equipment? You guys are the ones that get to decide. Yes. No, your tractor's not in here. I didn't include you on this one. So what was going on is, again, that's one thing we talked about at council is every chapter has the right to decide the rates of what you guys are going to charge to use this equipment. It's not the chapter officials and it's not the chapter coordinator, it's you guys. So if you guys say we're only going to charge $10 an hour, that's what you guys get to choose is $10 an hour. But know that this equipment is for you, the people. That was the reason why it was purchased. Yes.
Ability liéad about needs in the irrigation water. I just can die liend and later. And yeah, the bells and somebody took it. Even in night, I don't know what is like or shine. Sunday, the place in Washington, that not Washington, everybody need out treating every challenge. I don't see on you can't look. What are you treating sign Dalian? Hashit, it could have not idea. Basement day to bell needs and I like that person. So I was packet additions that official that Eddie even in chapter section earlier. Ashin such a Creta earlier place of opposite state. A putza. A patik and not yet of any. Even in a lawyer, never get at the later, but I don't know, because none of the Claria for 20 later. No, and night, never get at the later. So, quite yet. Oh, shit, I knew no person and take away. I don't know, he can get on there. A quake it, hey, you have there's an iffy.
Oh, yeah.
I'll pay on it, so they had 8 on the.
What was your name? Oh, Mr. Nelson. Oh, it's good to see you, Mr. Nelson. I didn't recognize you. Yes, you did. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Nelson, it's good to see you. You know, we like I said, this right here, these machines, they're bought for you. All of you. You guys are the ones who get to decide. The Shiprock community is the one who can say, you know what? We want that, you know, we only want to charge $5 an hour. You are the ones who get to decide that. So again, you can pass a resolution. Just pass a resolution on that. And then just, you know, you guys get to set the rate. But that equipment is there for you guys. And that's the equipment that was bought from Citizen. So that means that the chapter didn't buy it. The Navajo Nation, you, the people, were the ones who bought it. And it's there at the chapter house and it's yours. Are there any questions about the equipment? What's that? Yeah, you guys need to approve your resolution, get it going, and then you guys get to decide how that's gonna go. Okay, the next one is, yeah.
We the people, as you're saying, through citizen funding, we the people have realized these equipment for maintenance, O&M on our farms. That's what it is, O&M.
Mm-hmm.
So since we have realized the O&M on farm stuff, and the irrigation is now underground, the reason that we were paying for what we're saying, water usage for water, is supposedly for O&M on the water infrastructure, irrigation. Now, we have, in fact, taken over more. Shiprock chapter has more equipment than Marlin Sagboy. So now, why are we paying water resource, O&M, which is what Mr. Nelson's talking about, when in fact, there is no coverage of O&M, and we are doing ourselves, and the community has realized the equipment. We need to erase that O&M. That O&M has been mismanaged, stolen, and as the community knows, most of the O&M came from Shiprock farmers and went elsewhere. We need to focus on that. That is a big problem. We're paying double. We're paying out of our own pocket for O&M, and then with our census number, we get the equipment here. So why are we paying out of our own pocket?
Again, you know, that's a resolution that you guys can pass at the chapter. So with O&M, what we can do is we can have that talk to find out what are they doing with their funds, and you know how are they helping the farmers with the chapter equipment. It's a resolution that you guys can pass, and then you guys can go from there, because you're right, it's the farmers. And you know, there's been so many issues going on with farmers, with equipment, you know, with farms kind of sitting there, no water going through, the ditches needing to be cleaned. We have been asking O&M those questions, but we can keep asking them, you know, what are you doing? And that question actually came up when we were debating this legislation. There was one delegate that said, you know what? we're paying Navajo Nation Department of Transportation, we're paying them to maintain our roads. And yet we're saying here at the chapter, we need equipment so that we can maintain our roads. So it became a question, are we paying, are we double paying? And then it's coming out of you guys' pocket? That question came up.
When it comes out of our own pocket, our own purse, it goes into the elected officials, and they have the right to choose to spend it.
Well, I don't go to casinos. So go ahead.
I just wondering how the newly elected farm board members play all you're talking about.
So the farm board member, I haven't heard from her. But I can say that that she's supposed to be your voice when it comes to the farms. Yeah, and so I honestly haven't heard from her. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So, but she's supposed to be your voice. Yeah. Okay, are we gonna move on to the next topic?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the one that's controversial. Our shiprock, I believe it's 2 officials are under investigation, from what I understand. Our elected officials. Okay. In November of 2019, I sent an email to the Shiprock chapter officials about concerns regarding the use of chapter funds for the Northern Navajo Fair. The law does not allow for chapter money to be used for any fair. When the funds are given to the chapters, they're given based on the needs of the community. And the last time council checked, going to a fair is not a need. I gave the chapter officials some time and I said, okay, this technically is a concern, but I'm going to give you guys the chance. We need either you guys, there's only 2 ways that the people can spend money. One is if you approve it through the budget. 2 is if you do a chapter resolution. So I asked the chapter officials, show me where it's at in the budget. If you don't have that budget, show me the resolution where the people of Shiprock said, hey, you can use thousands of dollars on the Shiprock Fair. I never got a response back. So in January, we were informed that an investigation, this is December of last year, of 2019. They said, we're going to do an investigation. The investigation, as I understand, was completed in January of 2020. And what happened was they didn't say nothing. We were not informed. I kept asking over and over and over again, what is wrong? What is going on with the investigation? It wasn't until last month that a whistleblower came forward and said, DCD, Division of Community Development, Pearl Yellowman and Sunlotsta Jim Martin, they have that investigative report. So I sent them an email and I asked them, what are you going to do with that investigative report? At that same time, I filed ethics complaints. And so now what's happening, as I understand, is it's going to white collar crime, which means that the prosecutor's office is getting involved, and they have a copy of that investigation. I don't have a copy of it, but I do know that they do have a copy of that investigation. So when the email was sent out, there were Mr. Hayes said, I didn't know anything about it. Chiliazzi sent an email and he said, I don't know anything about those funds being used. Danette Benali sent an email that said, I don't know anything about it. So from what I was told is that the 2 elected officials are currently under investigation along with our CSC. So when that happened, when I found out about this money going missing, even before that, I knew that some stuff was happening. That's when I got kicked out of the chapter. That's when they stopped working with me. So I felt like it was the right thing to do. I could have just said, it's okay, it's fine. But that money is you guys' money. You are the ones to say yes or no. And so we don't know how much money went missing. We don't know, I don't know. They know in Window Rock, not me, how much money was used. And so again, there is an investigation going on, and and that was my duty. So council is aware of it. And then also the Division of Community Development is aware of it. And as I stated, it's been referred to white collar crime. So the prosecutor's office now has it. So I'm sorry, I know that's probably bad news, but that's really what happened. And so I know, Mr. Ben, you said that you elected me to work with my officials, but they stopped working with me when I turned them in. I have all of that. If you want them, I have them. Every email that goes to the chapter, Pearl Yellowman and Sanlatsa Jim Martin are CC'd in that email along with Speaker Damon. I don't know. That's what they're doing an investigation on. The only thing that I know that was grandfathered in was where the chapter donated a sheep to the Yabi chain every year. That's the only thing that was grandfathered in. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just telling you that this investigation is currently going on. And that's the only thing that I can report on. Well, and I wasn't a council delegate at that time. So yes, I am. And that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what is happening right now.
No, I just want to tell you you're both.
Yes, and there is an investigation going on. I can't tell you what the investigation, I'm not even a part of it. So I can't go over there and I can't say, I want you to go back this far. The only thing that I know is when we got the report from the Auditor General's office, that's the report that I submitted. And that's where it shows the money that was taken out.
about that, not to her.
Got a question
Shema.
over here.
Oh, yes. Shade.
Yat a not a dish ni. Other queen ni one I see. Ni Benny old ha. Che Queenson. I wrote a heta. On Yaha and Shay could eat on Nate Yaho, could a heta. Ben old ha. Bess or Ebasa Hollow. Bess or eight and Shinde, isn't ye about no tone, Nana de fair hat, Nene, Arja, Yaha, up the best on the jaw. Hasn't ye chapter though? I don't chapter though, fair and found out, Arja, no. Only the Flanders, that ne. I just see, I just fair board, no. So, but the jig got that. Hello, I did all that sticky guys on Yao and the jizz, fair board, the general. I don't initial chapter big go and a liao to a resolution behind a canaliao and Johnny coin to farmers hollow coin to ranchers hollow coin nanta I owe you hollow a chinanote if a gay what on the I get hollow. Hashit ya put out a overhead best of no tahe quera yes tot is it in taha ho she agent the ne that ne to what eda honey the old tashensen Benedict al ka I don't know kiss that nene ha went out. The Nahada is Nelo, Yaha, the Nebia Chileto, Esholia Yaitlo. So that, put on now, I ne put out better yoso, and now, ne Benny now had a Jika Chainson. Hashi one net of a life. Sticky Conato Nest. Che Queenson, a coyat, should they could on this instant door put a beso ebasa hollow. I knew that it now had Jikayat she would obesses Hala ya Ahashin so sunny ben I quish last though. Taka Zan open yen see yado ad though then has uneven ya ad. At then oh Hashi that Nihiki. The best master undone low. It also that nature. So hey, what edoless that he did need. What a edot. Honey, they now had a car. Need best of the whole children. Oh, she would answer scarce. Though what era in game the chilo. In ya best of the what archer. Oh, has better husband. I shouldn't ye could that, She Queenson, though she there's a nana, go put on and Nashish, oh, I'll bend out that Nishinte. Uncle, you're doing your fiduciary duty at Nita Taylor. She had.
Oh, yeah, and that is true. I do have a fiduciary duty to all of you. And what that means is when the Navajo Nation gives money to chapters, spend it, not supposed to spend it, I have a duty to report it. And so I did. I reported. And because of that, when I reported it, that's when the threatening began. That's when, people started taking pictures of my home. And, it just really got out of hand. And I just said, I'm not gonna look the other way. You guys can bully me all you want, but I'm not gonna look the other way because that money belongs to the people. And yes, Joe, it belongs to you as a farmer. They should have talked to you guys to say, hey, Shiprock Fair needs this much money. Can the chapter loan us money? Even if they said that, it's against the law. The chapter cannot loan money. So what they did is if they took that money as a loan, that means that each one of you can go to the chapter house and ask for a loan. They can't deny you because they did it. The officials, they gave themselves a loan. And they're saying, oh, this loan is actually for the fair. Well, you know, I don't remember them saying all Shiprock residents can come into the fair for free. Or I don't remember them saying all Shiprock residents get free food during the fair. So that money, the chapter cannot loan money out at all. And that's where it's coming out to, is there was a loan that happened that the people were not told about. And so that's where my duty is to report it. And I will tell you, when I took it to some of the other council delegates and I asked them, what do you do in this, like when something like this happens? I'm a brand new delegate. I don't know. What do you do? There was one delegate that said, it's going to be a headache. You have to ask yourself, is it worth it? And they said, you're going to have your name dragged through that dirt. People are going to blame you for things because they themselves can't say, yeah, I took that money. Another council delegate said, report it. You had that duty to your people to report it. I took it to Speaker. Speaker said, report it. I will support you. And I did. And so now there's a question. How far back, like Joe said, how far back has this been going on? And because of that, it's going to make our certification a little bit harder.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yes. We barely got out of sanction, but now we have elected officials whose hands got a little bit sticky. Now, Shiprock, we have to talk about, you know, what does it mean about our certification? And that's why when they pass that, we want our own credit card. That's where Navajo Nation is saying, whoa, 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 you guys are under investigation. You can't do that. But they went ahead and they did it anyway. So that's what's going on. And that's why it's hard. Yes, it's very hard to work with them. They don't want to communicate with me. If they do, they're yelling at me. I can take the yelling, that's fine. But where I draw the line is when that man punched me. That to me, that's not talking. That's not how it's done. So I just want you guys to know that. I know there's very few of us, but we're also being streamed live on Facebook. That's what happened. And that's where I need the support of the chapter. I need you guys to say, you know, like through a resolution, there's some more things that can be done. I submitted, or actually have a letter to the auditor, and there's some things that came out during, you know, that was questioned, that I'm going to ask the Auditor General, because remember the Auditor General, she's the one who runs these reports. And they were the ones who found this money that was going out. And I think it was in 1 week, there was, I think it was like around $4,000 in 1 week that was spent for the fair. But then they said, oh, there's more, you know, because we can only go back that far. So that's when I said, okay, just do it. So that's where we're at. So I'm sorry. I know that, you know, again, that's not what we wanted to hear. You know, but at the same time, if we really want our chapter to be certified, then, we really have to be careful to, we have to follow the law. That's the only way. So with that, you know what? The rest of the stuff I think I have is pertaining to the federal, the legislative update council priorities, Northern Agency priorities. I'll just share the SHPROC priorities. So we had to identify 3 priorities for SHPROC. It was very fast. What happened was I got a phone call from Carlisle Begay. How many of you guys know Carlisle Begay? Yes, we all know Carlisle Begay. Carlisle said, hey, Senate is meeting. Carlisle is our lobbyist. And he said, Senate is meeting. Indian Affairs. What's SHPROC's priority? And so I was given probably 3 hours to come up with a priority. So what I did was I went back into my notes and I said, okay, what has SHPROC been pushing for? I know there's all of these different projects that are coming down, but what are, what can the federal government really help us with? So priority number 1 is the bridge, to replace the bridge. Number 2 is the SHPROC Judicial Complex building. We need the police station. Number 3, that one is a Navajo Nation priority. And that's to clear out all those old BIA dilapidated buildings and the BIA housings. Because that federal fund stays at the federal level. So those are the 3 priorities that I listed for SHPROC, where it's going to cost a lot of money that we don't have. So I thought, okay, if we list them as federal priorities, we can probably get federal funds for it. So what they did is now they're working with BIA and they're saying, BIA, how much money do you need to clean up the entire Navajo Nation of all your buildings? The bridge right now, as Brian was talking about, we have been talking almost every day. We're getting that information in. We're working with the New Mexico Department of Transportation on that one. And then with the Judicial Complex building, we just had a meeting on it yesterday. So we're moving those three things forward. And so hopefully if the federal government gives it to us directly, then we don't have to go to the Navajo Nation. We're asking the federal government directly for these 3 projects, help us with this money. So those were the 3 projects that I listed. I'm so sorry if maybe there was other projects that I should have thought about based on the notes that I've been taking, for the last, since 2019, since I became a delegate. Those were the 3 projects that I know that are federally funded that we could probably get money for. So that's our SHPROC priorities. And then the American Rescue Plan Act, remember that's the one that we've been talking about through this whole time. 1 billion to 1.7 billion is what we're looking at. So we start tomorrow. It's going to be a 3-branch chiefs meeting. What that means is Speaker, President, and the Chief Justice. They're going to come together and they're going to say, okay, these are the priorities for the Navajo Nation. When we get that, let's hope it's 1.7 billion. When we get that in, these are the things that we're going to spend money on. Top priority, water. We're trying to connect every home to water and electricity. Another priority is broadband, internet. Our kids, our grandkids, maybe even us with our phones. That broadband, that's another issue that we're also looking at. Housing. How do we get housing? NHA recently got millions of dollars again for housing. So on Tuesday, so tomorrow is the 3-branch chiefs meeting. On Tuesday, we're having a Navajo Nation work session on housing for veterans and then just for people who need housing. So that's going to be all day on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we don't have anything planned. And then after Thanksgiving on April 5th, we go into 3-day work sessions, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1 week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, another week. The next week is council, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Right now, what we're doing is our homework. And we're saying, okay, my community needs this. My community needs this. So again, I have been working with NTUA. We had several meetings to find out which homes here in Shiprock need water, which homes here in Shiprock need electricity, which homes here in Shiprock need cistern if they're not close enough to the water. Yes.
Not only we consume water, our livestock
Yes.
consume water too.
Yes. And so keep this in mind. I'm going to be reaching out to the farmers. I want to talk to the veterans to see what they need, to the farmers, because the last time we held meeting for the farmers, and technically farmers, just so you know, you guys have money in the PTF. You guys were given a certain amount of money. Gilbert Harrison just gave us a report of what is needed. We have been waiting for that report. But, you know, whatever, the last time we held a meeting, I know farmers said, we need that hogback pump station. We need that built. So that's on the list. So Rick Naz and I were working to try to get that hogback pump station because I know that helps our farmers here in Shiprock. We also are looking to give more money to the Donnell Water Users Association so that they can finish out all of their pipes. So that's what, at this point, those are the two, yeah, I know the two things. And then the other ones that we talked about was equipment and then the drainage, cleaning the drainage. Mr. Joe Ben, and then I'll come to you, Al.
We have this rebuilding bill that's possibly coming through. Funding here, available. I live here in Central, but I come from out there, that beautiful mountain.
When I heard she with her, she made me get down on my knees off the horse by sitting behind her. Those were dry farming. Those were nomadic farming, meaning we moved around, never plowed with a tractor, never put a plow to it, but we farmed. That's why you guys won't see me around here. Now, I don't know. Bill Richardson belayed that project and took it to Gallup, became a Gallup project. My dad had started that to go to Nash City. Got 20 leaned on the treatment, the water treatment, that's how I kid. Chile knows that. It's all in resolutions. Now, because it became chlorinated water. It's not raw water no more. Raw water, chlorination. So I've been putting a proposal together and talking to some of the leaders from Gutty Eye, Capital, Red Valley, Cove, Nash City, Sheep Spring, some farmers, some ranchers, some leaders, and we said to get together proposal to start Isla to divert the water out that way, down here somewhere. I didn't get no. And then later, I hook out the hand notes with saying that I hooked that young man that the young still left in the shipwreck. The like if I appreciate no, they come and all native no say things. But all the up is the name Lake California. Let's check that cool, yeah. Yeah, they have recreation. Then it goes to California. Out of the gun, I get that. Out of produce. City market, we don't get discount. Walnuts are that. We don't get discount. Strawberries with our own water. Cabbage and get go. They can't have things go. Get the land there. Get the plant could it has not like me. I want to go back out there. Only thing behind it to the behind say get the whole long there. Could it have just all the not too bad as I had not. Got up a house here. Got 2 hard day go. 2 hard clothes go. Even than the yes or less. Think you 2 on law ya illness and to hot air. Obviously, President Kennedy does done that the San Juan River was 100% ours. I'd wish that through court order in Cabinet. This is why I plant every year to keep the farms green so the white man can say, and I get it, and that's the reason. Now, let the classy things go. We can not only reoccupy our land, I don't when that yes, Nankana did the hot climate change. Eno build up in it and when now quite on lawyer, it's island and shitty, Niniki. He has on the what I say, season he has on door based on such added that I oh yeah, oh no, jump into your and huh? How did now so? They get come now. That's in that oldness. It's in that now dealership about how long on that. Insurance about how long insurance agents. Equipment and they any consider oldness. We can broker our own produce, our own product. Nappies is a year. The hot scar. Craggy yelp and gets in out there. We got so much resource on its water, so much resource. Can you all then can also the bar will have to get. Let's see the nahi jab or the best for this church. We don't receive. Digi and it's an out here. Other Jonah resource to tune in either. All those natural resources. The most important resource, the natural resource of human being. On the city go ahead. All kinds, all the whole spectrum of employment, all spectrum of intellect, and has argo. On his lawyer. It's like a wedding basket. Open can't go. Question open can't lead all that. Open can't in a day. Quaggy. The night dinner. Put up at that ill distance. I think so. And Hazinza in that uncle. I think so. He can't deal with. But not so scared in law. Then how about $100? Will Yago. Lawyer Johnson knows how to get auto soda. But we don't want to copy them. We're farmers here. First, let's show the nation. We have the resource. Oh,
Oh, yeah. Everybody knows Al over here, huh? Al every week sends me a text message about water, about his farm, and then the water rights, that are associated with what we see going through our land through here. So Al for keeping me on top of it. He sends me articles. He's also got a lot of, I guess, a big library because he'll send me things. And so we have been talking about the water rights, but I will tell you this. Right now, our water, when we talk about our water, it's like we have a big bucket, and the Navajo Nation just gets one droplet, one drop that goes into that bucket. That's it. And so we have been asking that question. How come we haven't, how come we're only getting that much water? A lot of it comes back to we're not using the water, but it's a question of how do we use this water? If you're saying no, we can't use it for that, or no, it can't go that way. So we are working on that. It's a long process. And I took water law classes when I was in law school. It's a long, complicated legal issue, and it goes back with the Navajo Nation from when they originally made that agreement. And they said, this is what we're going to give you, and this is how much we're going to take. When you enter into a contract like that, it makes it very hard to change the terms of the contract when you already have a contract in place. A good example, your vehicle. If you went back and you told your bank, you know what, I don't want to pay 36 months for it. I'm only going to pay 25 months. They're going to laugh at you. They'll probably say, well, if you want to, not pay us, we're going to repo your truck. You have to have that mutual agreement. And so when it comes to our water, it's just so complicated, but know that we have been pushing, and I say we, because Rick Nez also has a lot of his farmers, and we have been asking those questions. How can we get more rights to our water? What can we do? How can we send that water to our farmers? Because they can use it. Maybe we can divert that water, like what Mr. Joe Ben said here. Let's divert it. Let's expand. Let's build more farms. But even that, it turns into a whole issue. But know that we're working on that, Joe. We're working on that. Al?
My name is Alfred Bennett III. Live right down here. Rhoda Phillips, late Rhoda Phillips, my mom. Wilson Phillips is my stepdad, and my real dad was Alfred Bennett Jr., who lived right down here by 4th Lane. I can give you a history lesson on NIP, 1962 Navajo Indian Irrigation Project Act that was passed by Congress and President John F. Kennedy, in which for NIP, that is called, we were given 500,000 acre feet of water for the project up there and for Navajo irrigators along the San Juan River. But when our lawyers negotiated with the state of New Mexico to settle our water rights in New Mexico, we were only given, they settled on 340,000 acre feet. And we lost out on 160,000 acre feet of water. And so, but yet right now, it's not really officially settled because it's before the New Mexico Supreme Court. And they're the final ones that have the authority to finalize it. But the one thing they would make a request to Virginia is that she sponsor a legislation to pull that. Because I'm gonna tell you that water is clear gold. It's a commodity now on the New York Stock Exchange. We got shorted on our water rights. We should have gotten that whole 500,000 acre feet that is in the NIP Act. That 160,000 that we gave to the state of New Mexico, if you multiply that by leasing it at $1,000 a year, I mean, we're talking about $160 million a year that we could have been getting if we leased that water. And the one thing that our lawyers did when I talked about leasing the water, They put a no water leasing clause in our water settlement with the state of New Mexico. They tied our hands there, and then they made the state of New Mexico our water master. And the one thing I did ask for too was for concrete diversion dams like an Upper Fruitland, Hogback, and Kodiak. For the concrete diversion dams, you know how that diversion dam is here over at Hogback, which feeds our ditch here. You know, it's just boulders. They just put boulders in the way there. Every year, those boulders will get washed down river. And you know what? They didn't even give us that option of having the diversion dams there, or it could have served as what you would call a weir also, where you measure water. There's no really true accounting of how much water that we have lost going down the river. My Uncle George, he was a Sosi, who was a Navajo code talker during World War II, and later on specialized in water rights, said that we have 100% claim to the San Juan River. And he used to say that about the big Colorado too. So we're a big tribe and we should be getting all that. But yet, as I said, we got sold out by our water rights attorney. Both of them. There was two of them. Got on record over at the state courthouse in Aztec. But you know, the one thing I'm gonna say is that we need to, just as I say, pull that out and renegotiate. Get our water back. Get our 500,000 acre feet, and then we can lease it out. And they never put to the other part was that they should have put in there to finish the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, NAPI. They never finished that. And NAPI is a prime example of what the federal government does. You know, they built part of the waters to build NIP. Part of the deal was that they would send water underneath Continental Divide, built a tunnel into the Rio Grande system. And then during the construction of the tunnel underneath Continental Divide, they enlarged the tunnel to send our water to San Juan River. And that was the part that the politicians in Washington, D.C., the U.S. senators and representatives played in that. So, you know, we've been exploited. We've been discriminated against because of our water. And so I'm on call on the council, the Navajo Nation Council, to pull that New Mexico water settlement, the San Juan River settlement, out. And let's renegotiate that because we're not getting a fair deal. We got the Utah water settlement coming up, and all they can do is give us faucet water. They're saying we can get what, 81,000 acre feet a year. You know, the other part is with all that water flowing, no one really kept records of what went downriver. I mean, we've lost millions of acre feet of water going downriver. Other people were getting rich off our water while we lived in poverty. The past 60 years, our Navajo leadership failed us here because they never did nothing. This pandemic showed all the weaknesses in our infrastructure. So right there, you know, we know that we need to change our rules and our laws and start becoming more aware of what's going on. Remember, water is a commodity on the New York Stock Exchange now. So we need to protect what we got left. On the Utah settlement, what's 81,000 square acre feet on the San Juan, but we never threw in the big Colorado over there. We're giving away a lot of water on Lake Powell, about 60 to 70 miles of shoreline. We're giving away all that water, and they want to build at the same time, they're settling with Utah. They want to build a pipeline, just like they did on their Continental Divide. They're going to build that pipeline first from Lake Powell to St. George, Utah. And then the people in Annis and Utah side are going to wait for their water treatment plant. Maybe, who knows, from 10 to 30 years, they may be waiting. You know, and just like Nappy, they never finished Nappy. It's going to end up the same way. And then in 2010, we did stop the Arizona settlement. So I hope, Mr. President Nez, that you're listening, and Speaker and all you council delegates. So I'm not closed with that, and thank you, Eugenia.
Thank you so much, Al, for that. And like I said, Al sends me updates almost on a daily basis. I think the things that he sent me alone, it keeps me busy for a couple of hours. But I will certainly look into that, Al. I know that you have proposed that option a couple of times, and my assistant is writing down these notes and things that I have to work on. So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a simple question. And then I think we're just going to end, even though there's some other things on the agenda. Those are more council cares update. I've been updating on the hardship. Let me ask first, who has not got their hardship money? Did you apply?
I'd rather be alive now than have a 1,300 in my pocket. Great.
You can still apply. Right now at council, we're looking to open up the application period again for people who didn't apply.